Saudi Krab, good morning and welcome to qualifying and race day for the final round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship at the Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand. So yesterday we had the free practice 1s, 2 and 3 all throughout the day. And of course in the morning we saw in the TVS Asia One-Way Championship, Hiroki Ono and Ramdan versus Sartak. That was a good one. In the end, Ramdan was fastest. In Underbone 150, Husi Zanufadzi is a champion and Dimas Julia Moko was looking really rapid around here at the Chang International Circuit. Again, his progression this season completely shifted after his victory in Mandalika. In the 250s, we're going to be looking at RB. Can RB qualify strong, or will Kritapat and Tuptim, the wildcard, come through and get first and second? RB has a 36-point lead, so RB's job is a little bit easier championship-wise. In the 600s, Adinanta Putra has a chance to extend his lead. It's 8 points now from Kasma Daniel, and Anupap is not that far behind. And Anupap and Abiwad, so Abiwad not in contention for the title, but Abiwad can be a factor in the 600s race. It's properly tight, so qualifying is going to be really crucial for them to get a good qualifying position. In the 1000s, it's going to be Chip Nakarin who we're going to be looking at. Chip really looked like he was just comfortable on the bike, and no one was really getting close to the pace that he was setting. But Zakwan Zaidi was well within the mix. Hafishari not too far behind either, so they can make another step forward today in qualifying and change everything. Anything can happen in the race. Championships are to be decided this weekend, so you don't want to miss out. This morning, we have qualifying happening first, so the Underbones are going to be heading out. Later on in the afternoon, after our lunch break, we will begin the race that will decide the championship title. So, without much further ado, let's get into our sessions.
And a very warm welcome from me, Barry Russell, in the commentary box. Daniel will doubtless be joining me shortly. It's fantastic to be here again at Chang International Circuit on a cool, bright and breezy Saturday morning. And this is where it really gets serious. This is qualifying all morning, and then race one, of course, in the afternoon. And as Daniel was saying, at the top of the ASB 1000, Supersport 600 and AP 250s, we found Thai riders on top on combined times. Let's see what their challengers and competitors can do about that as qualifying unfolds. So you can see this beautiful weather here. It says 28 degrees on the screen there. I don't actually believe that. Sitting here as I am in the commentary box with the outside door open. What I can tell you is that the wind's gusting a little bit, which could cause a few problems coming down the main straight from turn 3 to turn 4, and also around the technical section between turns 5, 6, 7. But let's see. The weather is clear and bright. Found yesterday in the early sessions when track temperatures were cool is that we were getting some really quick lap times, and that was no more obvious. It was more obvious here than in any other with the Underbones, where we had them lapping in the 159s. Whereas when we began the season back in April, the fastest qualifying time was just over 2 minutes. So significantly quicker, the riders, the machinery, and of course the Dunlop tyres enjoying these cooler conditions. Now this is qualifying 1 for the Underbone 150s. It's a 10-minute fast and furious session, and the riders on track now were those who were 13th quickest and below on combined times from the 2 practice sessions they had yesterday. The riders who just missed out, so I guess we should be looking out for them, were John Emerson and Gito. Arif Musa. There's a whole host of stars here, and a big shout to the rider on the yellow machine, just gone through the left of your screen. Mayawaji Trilexana, the 2 times champion, riding with a leg injury sustained at a national race in Indonesia, indeed at Mandalika recently. He needs help on and off the bike, to get on and to get off. On the bike, he doesn't seem to need too much help. There he is on the right of the screen there. Just letting some more riders go past him, perhaps looking for some space, trying to get comfortable in this cool early morning on the Race Tech 16 machine. That is very much what a champion looks like. 2 championships, of course, for Wayuaji Trilaksana. Something of a legend in his home country in motorsport. Looked up to by aspiring Underbone racers. Underbone racing, of course, is such a huge sport here in Southeast Asia. Wayuaji Trilaksana's record is absolutely outstanding. Apart from those 2 championships, he started his own team, Race Tech 60. 60, of course, has long been his race number. He's brought through Idemitsu FIM. This year he's got his teammate, Dimas Juliat Moko, who has done exceptionally well in the championship. Dimas currently 4th as we come into the final round in the Underbone 150 championship. So, Wayuaji Trilaksana riding with courage, riding injured, and putting a whole lot back into the sport, and still a leading competitor himself. Now then, these riders starting to record some lap times. Timothy Rojas, the first one through to record a 2:08. As I said, we were seeing 1:59s. We'll see some lower lap times as these riders roar past the grandstand. Adib Arshad, one of the other riders who just missed out yesterday on getting straight through to qualifying 2. He goes quickest with a 2:01.326. Then it was John Emerson and Gito. So the 2 riders that missed out most narrowly yesterday afternoon, making the cut for qualifying 2, are on top of the timing screens as we speak. So in that group, 177, Idemitsu FIM. Fastest Honda, as he's been pretty much all season. Stars as they go through. There are plenty of them. They're all in one group. At the front of that group is none other than Faisal Sham, veteran Underbone rider. Plenty of excitement this year. Not the results we might have expected, but he's always a rider who can pull something out. Here he is, the number 11. Cardinals Factory Racing, a very distinctive light blue and yellow machine. Sudirman, Idemitsu FIM's teammate, struggled a little bit yesterday. He's in this group, but the target time to go through to qualifying 2 is 2:01.326. See as the time ticks down, these riders might just about get 2 laps in if they're quick, if they're really quick around here. As the 2-minute mark came up just as they crossed the line. Adib Arshad goes top. To 1.326. He didn't improve his time. Wayuaji moving up. Wayuaji also got the fastest speed through the trap, 173.4. That's pretty fast on these tiny 150cc machines. Barshad is the number 27, the purple Uma machine, just going through there, just about at the front of this group. Just nudge back a little bit. Daniel has indeed made it all the way up to the top of the grandstand from the low point, topographically speaking, of pit lane.
That's cool when you go behind him. The sun is absolutely warm, but the air is absolutely lovely.
Yeah, I noticed on the graphic it said 28 degrees, but it's not 28 degrees.
But 22 degrees.
It's 22, yeah.
I reckon in the sun probably it feels around 28, but in the shade it is about 22.
Yeah, perhaps somebody had the temperature sensor in their pocket.
Looks like everyone's going to come across after the checker flag, so...
Yeah, they're just going to miss out, yeah. So this will be the deciding time around.
Nadine has managed to hold on for slot in Q2, and so has John Emerson and Gito.
Yeah, those were the fastest two that didn't make the cut yesterday, and they stay at the top then.
Aditya Fauzi missing out here, so that's a surprise.
Yeah. Yeah, he faded a little bit yesterday. Impressive from Wayuaji to come up to fourth. Really, the extra 10 minutes on the bike he could have done without, riding injured as he is. So there it is, 201.326. Adi Barshad goes through to qualifying 2, alongside John Emerson Gito for 4S1N Evo Yamaha Racing Team. He did a 202.25. And just missing out, Amral Arif Musa for Maestro NWNSCK. And then Wayuaji for Race Deck 60. Is that Zaidi? It's great to see him back. He's on Cardinals Factory Racing. Aditya Fauzi did a 203.3. Rosato Fernando was 7th. 8th was Hafiz Faril. And then Fazrul Sham, 9th. 10th, NJ Sobratodo. 11th, Kiki Sudaman. 12th, Afizi Supat for Vosges. His teammate Tengu Amarul was 13th. 14th, Fabian Scher for Team One for All. And Timothy Rojas for Uma Racing Philippines, the wild card. 15th fastest. So we're going to take a very short break now, and when we come back it will be with the qualifying 2. So that will be, we will have 14 riders fighting it out for 10 slots in the Super Pole shootout. That will be coming later this morning. So stay with us. We'll just have a recap of that session. So stay with us. We'll be back with you very shortly. Welcome back. And we are here with Underbone, qualifying 2, which means we have 14 riders fighting for the top 10 slots so that they can go through to Super Bowl, which will determine the top 10 starting places on the grid for race 1 this afternoon. We just saw Arshad and John Emerson and Gito come through from qualifying 1. So let's see if they can make the next step and get themselves into the top 10. If you're just joining us, you can see the early morning sun here beating down. Now, this is a 10-minute session. The riders are on just completing their out laps. So they're literally going to have a couple of laps to get the results that they're looking for. And the first rider through there is April King Moscato for UMA Philippines, number 43. And then a whole clutch coming along behind him. Or indeed, is that an outlap? Really? With only 5 minutes left?
Yeah, they've all just come out, it seems, and it looks like at this rate, they'll be lucky to get 2 flying laps. And they're not riding in groups compared to qualifying 1, where we saw them all in one large group. So,
yeah,
I wonder how this is going to play out.
I can see some riders still coming slowly down down the straight into turn 4. So, not sure what they're thinking about there. Nothing, perhaps.
Yeah.
The lights are on.
Well, one thing you can tell about these Underbone riders, they don't panic with time.
No, they don't. They don't. You wouldn't want to arrange to meet one of them for dinner, though, would you?
April went on and got busy instantly, so
yeah,
it's a good one from April. He's getting the lap time in quick. Shazvez as well, not too far behind him, has been working through. Akil Danish with him. So right now it seems that the UZ team has a bit of an advantage. Oh, we got a bunch of riders going really slow.
That is Husni.
Husni, Dimas as well. Yeah, race control is going to be having a good look at that. They're not supposed to be doing that.
Well, there are penalties to be dished out for slow riding, so they are putting themselves in jeopardy, seriously.
There's Afif there, Fadli Bigani as well.
Yeah.
And John. You just saw John, I think, there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, race control is going to be taking note of this.
Yeah, in terms of penalties, it's jeopardy, but also in terms of safety, it's jeopardy too.
Indeed.
And that's the point. Let's give it a Kreshner, Husni's teammate. One here back in April, the number 23. Going unhurriedly towards turn 12. 3 minutes remaining, so they're going to get this lap plus one more. Akil Danish in for the hard studying, exam taking Dawisi.
Shazras first to complete a faster time. 205.2 for Shazras. Akil Danish, his teammate, 205.8. April King was the first to come across the line, 205.966. So now there's a train of riders behind the 2 Hondas here.
Yeah, Adib did a 201 something in qualifying one.
Oh, look at the drive Afif got with the slipstream there behind the Hondas. Kavita just latching on behind the 2 Hondas here. Looks like Shazras and Akil Danish going a bit wide, just to give them a bit of space so that they can take advantage now.
Yeah, they're going to go for that last lap flyer. Bit of a funny day yesterday for Cheryl Shazras. Very quick in the first session. But only did a 203 something in the second one. There's the outgoing champion, Fahmi Bassam. He was quick yesterday. Third on combined times. He was one of 3 riders in the 159s, alongside Dimas Julie and Husni. And valiant job he's done of defending his 2024 title, but he did it in the face of a just extraordinary performance from Zia LFN's Husni Zainal Fauzi. There goes Fahmi, that's a 204, so slower than qualifying one so far. It will all come down to this final lap. No time recorded yet for Husney. Now we're moving into the 202s, led by Dimas Julie, yesterday's fastest rider.
Oh, Husney's gone down. The champion is down. We're not sure where this is. I looks like that bike was going through a quick area. It's taking quite a bit of damage. I don't know where Husney is.
So not a good session for him. He just recorded the fastest sector 2, so can't quite see where that is.
That's a fast crash. That's a turn 7 or 8.
Yeah,
that's fast.
Turn 8, I think. Yeah.
It's good to see
7.
that he's okay.
Yeah.
Oof.
So the champion who reached the title in the last round at Sepang, not having such a glorious morning here in Buriram. Getting on with the job. Currently just missing the cut, 11th quickest, but it will come down to this final time around.
Oh, Pierpont's doing a really good job in second year.
Yeah, Dimas Julie also. So those two very, very quick yesterday. Jonathan Gito, currently third. Ifan Rana, Kid Aziz in 5th and 6th. Now we'll see a few changes. The 2 minutes for Dimas, no surprise there. 2 minutes .827 for the Indonesian for a Racetech 60. What a great addition he was to the Racetech 60 squad this year. 2 years ago, Dimas got pole position here, so we know how well he goes. He's a much more complete racer these days. So there he is, 2 minutes .827 for Racetech 60's Dimas Juliet Moko. And then Pierpont Louis Bumpane been looking threatening all weekend. John Emerson Gito for 4S1M came through qualifying 1. He was third quickest. Then it was Charles Shazras with the 203. Then Fadli Regani for Yamaha LFN wildcard. Gupta Krishna, 6th quickest. Afifan Ran for Pitspike Superfast. His teammate Akid Aziz was 8th. Ninth quickest was Uma MMR Yamaha Philippines April King Moscado. 10th was outgoing champion Fahmi Bassam for Yamaha LFN, and just missing the cut was Nazrul Izzat Bahadin, the 2023 champion. Ardeb Arshad, Akil Danish for Estremo Yuzi, and Husni Zainal Fauzi, of course, who recorded no time and crashed as he was striving for one. So that wraps it for Underbone qualifying. We'll be back later this morning for the Super Pole, which will determine the top 10 starters. We're going to show you a recap of that brief, dramatic at the end session, and then we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we'll be doing the same kind of format for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. We'll have qualifying 1A for the slower riders, and then qualifying 1B, which will determine the top 8 grid places for this afternoon. So stay with us and enjoy the recap.
All right, Dimas, a good qualifying, but still Super Bowl to come. Will you make any setup changes for Super Bowl later or maintain the same?
Alhamdulillah di hari ini saya berada di top 3. Untuk persiapannya di balapan kali ini alhamdulillah sangat baik. Untuk persiapannya juga Super Bowl dan race 1 insya Allah dengan persiapan yang dari EP1 dan EP2 dan sampai ke titik ini semoga mendapatkan hasil yang terbaik.
He said he's grateful. The preparation for this run has been good, and the preparation since Free Practice 1, Free Practice 2 has been good for Super Bowl now, and hopefully for Race 1 and Race 2 and Super Bowl, they will get a good result out of everything. Thank you so much, Dimas. Congratulations, and good luck for Super Bowl.
Back to Chang International Circuit on this glorious morning here in Buriram, Thailand. As you can see, blue skies, a bit of a gusty breeze blowing those flags around, and there's a great shot of the TVS Asia one-mate competitors getting ready to go out for this qualifying 1A session. Got 7 riders in this 10-minute shootout, and the fastest 2 will go through to qualifying 1B, which will follow hot on the heels of this session. So on combined times yesterday, we saw best times from this group for Shihari Dave, 1:51.965. So he was the rider who just missed the cut for qualifying 1B. They're just making their way round on the outlap, all coming out together. TVS Asia, always extremely well organised, well disciplined, teaching their riders the right way. The whole project being led by Thailand's Vorapong Malahuan, who competed for 2 years and then stepped aside to focus slowly on leading the championship. Although we did see him in a couple of sessions yesterday, testing some new parts. So he's still got plenty of speed, but now the job here is to get through to qualifying 1B. Many nationalities here, and just on track out of these 7 riders, we've got Nixon Frost from New Zealand, Oratilwe Piri from South Africa, John Lopez from Colombia, Alejandro Paredes for the Philippines, KY Ahmed and Shihari Dave from India, Malaysia, there's Haziq Farouz, and Kim In Jae is back in the TVS Asia one-make fold after an absence of a round or 2. I think Kim In Jae just missed the, only missed the last round, round 5 at Sepang. So cool conditions here now. Some of these riders here for the first time. And in the case of Oratilwe and John Lopez on the bike for the first time as well. Just picking out who we're looking at here. Number 28 just went through at the front. That is John Lopez, the Colombian. Kewa Ahmed is the number 7. We've seen quite a lot of him over the 3 years that this championship's been running. 17 is Nixon Frost, the 14-year-old New Zealander. So putting in their first flying laps now. And of course, it's a little bit early to say. It looks like Haziq Farouz is making a good start to this session. 6 minutes remaining. Number 6 going through there, that is Kim In Jae. Also going well. So all circulating together, so we'll soon see how the order shakes out. And it is indeed Haziq Farouz who goes to the top, followed by Kim In Jae. 152.229 for Haziq. 151.9 was his best time yesterday. So Haziq getting in the groove early.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Oratilwe does, especially in the race. Exciting young rider from South Africa.
He improved 1.5 seconds between sessions 1 and 2 yesterday.
Yeah, I think he adapted really well to the TVS, like really quick. So I think he's going to learn a bit more from qualifying, and once we get into racing, I'm expecting a decent result from Oratilwe.
Yeah.
Not to put pressure on him, but he's been impressive so far.
Yeah, he has. I mean, we have 7 riders on track here and 6 nationalities. And in total this weekend, we have 19 different nationalities among our competitors. 23 going through there. That's Shahari Dave, third quickest on that first time around. 29 there is Oratilwe. Min Jae had a good sector 1, but couldn't quite put it together in sector 2. Field spreading out slightly. They'll get another 2 laps after this one.
Oh, Oratilwe goes up to the top. 151.5.
There you go, Daniel. You're saying he's meeting your expectations so far.
This could be a very good weekend for the South African.
That's exciting. It'd be great to see him go to the qualifying 1B and then see what he can do as a racer.
Yeah, at the first time of asking as well, this is impressive.
Yeah, great work. 151.5. And yesterday best time 152.5. So in 2 flying laps, he's knocked a second off his best time from yesterday.
This is great. I mean, the thing is, he's a young rider, so a young rider being able to identify what he needs to find. And you'd imagine that there being some good communication from Oratilwe as well to his mechanics to make those adjustments. And you see that he's going in with confidence as well. He's not too scared to show his front wheel.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a good point, Daniel, about making, him giving good feedback so the team can improve things for him.
He's improved through sector 2, Oratilwe. Hazik's on the charge. Hazik has improved through sector 1 and set the fastest sector 2 time. So look out for Oratilwe and Hazik. Nixon Frost. I'd love to see a bit more from him this week.
Yeah, he was very quiet yesterday.
Yeah, it's been strange because Nixon Frost has been good almost every run that we've seen him, but yesterday was a far cry from what we expected from him.
So another lap down and 151.3 for Hazik. He nudges Oratilwe down into second spot.
Hazik and Oratilwe will get another couple of laps in, so still opportunities for both of them to improve their times.
Yeah, definitely one more. I didn't see the clock as they went past the finish line that time. Shahari Dave, he's having a decent session too. 152.2, his best time.
Shahari Dave is a rider who's quite a bit of experience already under his belt. Fast, talented rider from India. Spent a lot of time racing 250 production bikes. Transitioning to the TVS wouldn't have been that big of a deal.
Lap times are very close between this category and AP250. These are slightly quicker, being 310cc. Oratilwe is going on his own at the front of this group by the look of it, so again showing really good confidence.
Yeah, I really like that about Oratilwe. He's not scared to be at the front, he's confident. And again, for a young talented rider, that's really a good sign.
Yeah, Ratchet improving as well through here. Just look out the window and see Oratilwe coming through turn 11. He'll be the first of the riders across. Beg your pardon, no it's not. He'll be the second across. Rakshit is the first. So Hazik stays top, he didn't improve that time. And Rakshit, that was indeed a good lap from the Indian. Checkered flag out now. At the moment, Haziq and Rakshit are the riders set for qualifying 1B, or till we push down into P3. Entries in TVS Asia 1 make.
So one more run at it. Let's see how's he improving. Tilwi in sector 1 is decent, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to get ahead of Rakshit Dev. He's going to need a really strong second and third sector.
Yeah, Haziq, we know his quality over many seasons. Now so it's good to see him getting on the pace on these TVS Apache.
I thought he did do an improvement in sector 2, but without any slip in front of him, it's going to be a bit difficult. He's got a charging Kim In Jae behind, who's just set the fastest second sector. This is going to be interesting for this final lap. There's a lot of improvements happening. Could go any direction.
Yeah, Kim In Jae, a rider that's really grown in confidence this year.
Yeah, he's put in so much work training in Spain. Oh, getting set on the inside of Kim In Jae. That was close. That was really close.
Yeah, he wasn't going to give an inch there, that's for sure.
Ooh, Kim In Jae goes 4th fastest. That's the best he could do. Until we unable to go any further, but he's been consistent in 151. So, despite not making it to Q2, or sorry, 1B, until we, pace-wise, looks really exciting.
Yeah, he does look really good this afternoon. So he will take up his position according to this time. So Haziq Farouz, definitely the class of the field this time. You will be seeing him again in qualifying 1B in about 10 minutes from now, 151.301. Joining him will be Rakshit Shahari Dev, and then Oratilwi Piri, the first rider to miss out on qualifying 1B. Then it was an aggressive looking Kim In Jae. Colombia's John Lopez was 5th quickest, then Leandro Paredes, the Filipino rider, Kawi Ahmed 7th, and 8th Keith Frost. Keith Frost or Nixon?
Nixon Frost?
I think I always call him Nixon Frost. I'm going to stay with that. We'll show you a recap of that session very shortly. All qualifying for all categories coming up, of course, on this Saturday morning. We'll show you the schedule very shortly, but next up will be the 30-minute qualifying session. It's a straight one session for qualifying for AP250s. That will be followed by... Sorry, I'll leave you with the recap. Welcome back to Chang International Circuit. It's qualifying morning for the final round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And as you can see, we have absolutely fabulous conditions here in Buriram. Cool temperatures just pushing up towards the mid-20s. Ideal conditions for riders, for the machinery and for the Dunlop tyres that they're running on. This is qualifying 1B for the TVS Asia One Make Championship, so this will determine the top 8 starters on the grid this afternoon for race 1. It will be the TVS Asia One Make Championship that gets us underway this afternoon for the final round of races. The riders now on their outlap. The story very much all season really with TVS Asia has been a three-way battle for the championship between Sartak Chavan, Ramdan Rosley and the defending champion Hiroki Ono. Luis Miguel has run them closer than anyone else in the rest of the field, but as things stand, Hiroki Ono has one hand on the championship trophy. He has 201 points, 21 more than Sartak Chavan, who's on 180, and just 1 point behind Sartak is Ramdan Rosley. Ramdan was second in the 2024 championship, which it's fair to say Hiroki Ono pretty much dominated.
Yeah.
Despite, I mean, it was a little bit deceptive because Ramdan was close to him throughout most of the season, but didn't get to take the big points away from him. This season, how the closeness of the racing is much more apparent in the results.
Yeah, the thing about Hiroki is just that he almost never makes a mistake when it counts, and it's just unbelievable what he does.
Yeah, so determined. Such really a killer on the track.
Indeed, yeah.
I saw him on the podium in P3 at one stage. Who was he? Third or yeah, in round 1, and the victory smile was definitely nowhere to be seen.
He's never satisfied, no matter how close he is. Unless he's first, he'll never be happy, and that's really the determination that he has. He's hungry for number 1, and he only wants number 1.
Yeah, in his early 30s now, and competing at that level with that much determination back home in Japan, as well as in this series. Absolutely ruthless and so motivated.
He's been the master of the JGP3 class for a number of seasons now. And should he seal the title once again, I think we can say that he has become the master of the TVS as well.
Yeah, that would definitely be safe to say. This season, he has had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wins from 10 starts. That's impressive, but it's not quite as dominant as he was last year. Number 11 there is Kanatat Jamin. Very highly regarded light motorcycle rider. He normally races in the 400 category here at Buriram in the Circuit Championship. And indeed, years ago we saw him in AP 250s, finishing on the podium. He's had some injury woes this season, but it's good to see him back and getting up to speed on the TVS Apache. First time around on a flying lap, Sartak Chavan was quickest, 151.717. As we just hit the halfway point in this brief 10-minute session. Sadiq Farouz just went through, number 12. He has yet to record a time. '23 is Rakshid Dev, who came through also from qualifying 1B. There he is, number 23. And Number 12 behind him is Hazik. Seems to have come out later than the others. Be interesting to watch the tactics of Hiroki Ono during this session. He often leaves it till very late last time around to break the hearts of his competitors, but he's recorded some really quick times through sectors 1 and 2, quickest so far.
Yeah, those are fast sector times. He's just said about one or two tenths quicker in sector 1, about a tenth quicker in sector 2 than anyone else. So Hiroki getting busy. Just watching how he approaches qualifying. Looks like he goes sector by sector for the first couple of laps, just to test what he wants to test, and then he pieces it together for a full lap, a calculated approach. And he comes around 10-12 now with slipstream, so this should be a really good one for Hiroki. 150.7. It's not going to be good enough, but well, I don't suspect it would be good enough, but you never know with Hiroki. He might find ease where others struggle.
Exactly, yeah. Good lap from him.
Ramdan yesterday did a 150 dead, so that's right.
Yeah. And what a surprise, Ramdan. Oh, hand up from Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, I wonder if that's an issue or whether he's just trying to give himself space.
I would suspect the latter. Probably he's going to do the sensible thing, the professional thing, right through pit lane and come out alone on the track. As Daniel said, he is probably experimenting with sectors before putting a full lap together. So if he does this ride through here, he'll have time for another fast lap. Sartak, the number 3, going through there. Going through turns 5 and 6. Luis Miguel, number 8, tipping in there. He put himself on the podium here back in April. That's Sartak, number 3. Improving a lot on this lap. Fastest sector 1 and sector 2 times for Sartak. Got nobody to slow him down. Let's see if he can leapfrog over Hiroki Ono. Yes, he does. 150.077. The fastest time yesterday was a 150.000, recorded by Ramdan Rosli. So, superb lap there from the young Indian. Sartak Shivan went out alone at the front of this group. And he has one more flying lap to put together. Sector 1 not quite so quick. So he has a gap of 6.5 tenths on Hiroki Ono. Next up, Hazik Farouz. And good to see him in the 150 bracket as well. Ramdan Rosli, meanwhile, his best time was a 151, and he's not improving on this lap. So one would suspect that all is not 100% with the machinery of Ramdan Rosli. May need a tweak for later on. Rakshit Dev goes through. 151.9 is his best time. He's improving this time around as well. Faster through sectors 1 and 2, his best. Zeke is number 12. Sartak has backed off now, so he's hoping that that 150.077 will be enough to put himself on pole position this afternoon. Luis Miguel also improving. Fastest time through sector 2 for Hiroki Ono. Hiroki Ono will be the last rider to cross the line the final time around. And he stays second. 150.8, his best time. But Sartak Chavan, 150.077, by that margin of 0.655 of a second, has grabbed pole position. And he will start from the front of the grid this afternoon. Alongside him, Hiroki Ono. And next to him, what a good sight this is to see, Haziq Firuz, the Malaysian. Take a look at those times now as we look at the wind ruffling those leaves in the background. 150.077 for Sartak. Next up, Hiroki Ono. He'll start from the middle of the front row and on the inside of the front row. Haziq Firuz. Luis Miguel will lead row 2 from Ramdan Rosli and Rakshit Dev. Good session from the Indian there. Chiran Vishwanath will start 7th and 8th. Kanatak Jamin, 152.9. Improvements there from the Thai rider. So that is qualifying done for TVS Asia. We're going to look at a recap of that session. And then we'll take a short break and we'll be back at 9:20 local time with the AP 250 30-minute qualifying session. So stay with us. We're at Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand for the final round, the big showdown for the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you soon.
So Sartak, the perfect way to start your Saturday charge for the title. So How's it been out there? It's a bit more windy this morning, so how are you feeling out on the track for the race?
Yes, a great outing in the qualifying. I got a very good slipstream on the main straight, and of course it helped me. But the other sectors I pushed a lot to make a complete good lap. Yes, I hope my competitors have more pressure now, because this is my second time on pole. So in round 1 I took pole again in Buriram, and again second time pole is an awesome feeling. Yes, we have one race today and another tomorrow. I've kept my focus on and just keep pushing for the race win and the title. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarthak. Good luck for this weekend.
Welcome back to Chang International Circuit. It is bright and breezy here in Buriram, Thailand, as we get deep into the business of qualifying on this Saturday morning. And coming out now for a 30-minute straight qualifying session, the AP 250s. We saw some really good action yesterday and some really good indicators of what might happen in three free practice sessions yesterday. As we just looked there at some of the contenders just hanging back a little bit. That's Davino Brittani in the Astra Honda garage, just looking around to see if his teammate and championship leader Fadila Arbi has gone out yet. Davino just taking his time. 30 minutes is more than enough. In the background there is the superbike, number 23 of Andy Farid Izdiha, more of which later. I think that was Chandra Hermawan coming out of the Yamaha Racing Indonesia garage. Several riders there checking out the runoff area. These riders, of course, currently on their outlaps. That is Chao Vietnam, first onto the track, and getting down to business, and already in trouble. That's Noprapong. Oh, sorry, that's Panjaru, the other Honda Racing Thailand rookie in here. Two very exciting young riders that Honda Racing Thailand have brought in this weekend. This is very early in qualifying, so hopefully we will see him back out shortly. And there is Davino Brittani. We saw him just keeping his powder dry in the Astra Honda garage earlier, and absolutely going for it right from the off is this rider, Vietnam's Chao Vietnam. Knows this circuit very well. He's raced here not only in this category but also in the Honda Thailand Talent Cup, in the Asia Talent Cup as well, and has put himself on the podium. And as he was saying in an interview yesterday or the day before, he's had some great memories from turn 12, some of them dramatically good and some of them dramatically bad. So he does go well around here. Yesterday on combined times, the number 65 was further down the order than we might have expected. Indeed, 21st with a best time of 1:53.4. So he's gone out early, and he's obviously looking to see whether whatever gremlins were nibbling at him yesterday have been sorted out. There is our championship leader, and it's a championship lead of 36 points. So this afternoon is very much advantage for Fadila Arbi, Aditama and Astra Honda for the 2025 AP 250 Championship. There is Panjaru coming back into pit lane. Bike looks largely undamaged. Rider looks fine. So hopefully they'll be getting him back out on track very soon. Him and Noprapong were really quick from the off yesterday, using their local knowledge to lead much of free practice 1 early in the morning. Now you can see a lot of the field there in one group. 36, the Yamaha 36 is a good one to pick out there. 209 up Tim. He seems to be working quite in tandem with Kritipat Kemkum, two Thai riders. As the team looks on, Chandra Hermawan, Yamaha Racing Indonesia, there as well. 39 is Kritipat. He was fastest on combined times yesterday.
This is a demonstration of
Looking
Wirecast.
really confident here. Championship terms, Krittipat is flying 4th and out of reach of the title. But he's had a pretty good campaign. It didn't get off to the best start, scoring 0 points after a turn 12 crash in race 1.
This is a demonstration
And he
of
scored
Wirecast.
second place in race 2 back in April in round 1. And when we went to Malaysia, he had a DNF and a P1. So the speed has been there for Krittipat, but not quite the consistency, and certainly not the consistency of Fadila Arbi.
Yeah, Krittipat, he's just narrowly missing out from the title fight right at the end. It's so unfortunate. I think that Sepang crash that involved himself and Murabil and a few others really took the win away from him, and
This is a
yeah, he's
demonstration
just out of it,
of
53
Wirecast.
points away. And he scored just 3 points more, he would have been still within a title fight. Still, albeit, still a very tough one, but again, you can never say never in racing.
That's right. But he's very much a rising star in the Yamaha Thailand camp. There's the number 37, Aiki Yoshi, currently quickest, 152.002 for the Japanese rider. Almost qualifying as a veteran in this class, I think. The combined times yesterday, he was 7th quickest, often near the top. 152.3 was his best time yesterday, so improving already in these really good conditions here. He's going to make a stop this time. He puts his leg out to let his teammate Andy Fadley, himself 2 times AP 250 champion, let Andy Fadley through. 36 is Tub Tim, 24
This is a
Davina
demonstration
Brittani,
of
88
Wirecast.
is Chandra Hermawan. Chandra going very wide and off into the runoff area at the exit to turn 12. And the 124 in the middle of your screen there is a championship contender. 36 points adrift, but 50 points on the table for Izam Iqmal, riding at R3 for Victor Racing.
This is a demonstration of Wirecast.
Andy Fadley there alongside him. Chandra, who goes through on the entrance to turn 3. Izam Iqmal having a look up the inside of the Indonesian former champion Andy Fadley. Nice line through there for Izam. Nice and safe. Took a couple of places in the process.
Just so excited as well with looking how the Kawasaki's are performing. This is, of course, at the end of the season, but it sets them up
This is a
nicely for
demonstration
2026
of
in this way.
Wirecast.
If they can continue this form into the next season, it's going to be a really good one for them.
Yeah, excited for that. Good to see Aiki threatening once again. Andy Fadley as well, we should say, a long recovery from injury. But good to see him back in the ARRC fold. Just showing
This
signs
is a
of his old form.
demonstration of Wirecast.
Right now, Davina Brittani, who's made a good step forward. Position-wise, he's much better looking than he has been all season. Asarana have been really trying their best to try and extract the most from Davino. The talent is clearly there, it's just a matter of polishing it just a little bit more.
Yep, he's running there with Chandra, who's quick, aggressive rider.
This is a demonstration of Wirecast.
With the UZ side of the Vietnamese garage there. Tonam Pu. Prapong makes a stop. Currently 4th quickest with a 152.144. And that's 0.3 quicker than he did in free practice yesterday, so the time's coming down. On now, although in the
This
pits
is a
is Kritapat,
demonstration of Wirecast.
Yamaha Thailand 151.3. Not quite 3/10 off his best time yesterday, but we have almost 20 minutes to go in this session. As we look once again at the Kawasaki of Aiki Yoshi. Aiki Yoshi last season came in on the
This is a
four-cylinder
demonstration of
Kawasaki. Has done
Wirecast.
a huge amount to develop the bike, get it performing well with the particular configuration and the extra 15 or so kilograms it's carrying by virtue of those extra cylinders. Hondas and Yamahas are twins, of course. Just in that group there, you can see the, well, there's the 57, Daniel Shami, who featured strongly yesterday, and the number 16,
This is a
Bernard
demonstration
Janscher,
of Wirecast.
or Maestro NWN SCK Honda, who really didn't show up as we might expect yesterday. John Reeves Emmanuel, number 13 for Honda Racing India, takes a look behind, sees Kawasaki and a Honda bearing down on him. 57 is Honda Racing's Daniel Shami.
This is a
And Daniel Shami had a
demonstration
bit of a
of
mixed bag yesterday.
Wirecast.
Practice one didn't really go well, and then slowly towards the end he slowly found pace again, but it's been a confusing one. I mean, I know that they've been doing a lot of R&D with that bike. It's unprecedented territory for the Umar Racing team, and it was the push on Daniel Shami to get this 250 ride. So a lot of R&D work being done, moments where we saw Daniel Shami really looking at his brilliant best. So it's good to see that. But yeah, this weekend has been a bit of
Wirecast.
a difficult one for them. But knowing the quality of Daniel Shami and the team, I think they should be able to find something through qualifying, at least for a race.
Yeah, the team, Umar Racing, have put together a really good 250. First time we've seen them in this category, so credit where it's due there too. Oh, there's Axel. He's the number 69 there.
This is a demonstration of Wirecast.
Fadil Arbi we saw in the pits there, looking very relaxed. He could clinch the championship in race 1 this afternoon. He's riding though with a 3 rev cuts, 200 RPM off the top at a time, so missing 600 RPM, although his top speed yesterday was among the best. These bikes topping nearly all of them at least
This
190
is a demonstration of
kilometers an hour
Wirecast.
through the speed traps. And up there for contender Izam Iqbal, to Racing's man.
Yeah, the thing about Astra Honda is they've been so used to these rough cuts, they've clearly found the recipe to deal with it, getting that kind of a top speed.
Yeah, that is actually brilliant work. It really is. There's so many variables in motorcycle racing, and
This
the
is a
electronics are one of
demonstration
the
of Wirecast.
most important, and they really seem every time to find a way of mapping out the disadvantage. And Xiaomi currently 9th quickest on your screen there, 152.7, his best time. Best time
This
yesterday
is a demonstration of
was 152.
Wirecast.
He missed 152.7. He missed, so almost identical time. He missed the 3rd practice session, so he didn't quite make it yesterday. Going well here. takes himself into pit lane. We're pretty much on the dot of the halfway point.
This is a
in this qualifying
demonstration of
session.
Wirecast.
51.3 is the quickest time in the hands of yesterday's quickest man, Kridapat Cancun. We look inside the Yamaha BAF Yamalu garage there. The number 56 is the great Galang Hendra. Currently on the best time 152.8, which is 11th. 152.1 was his best time yesterday.
This is a demonstration of Wirecast.
From the Indonesian. John Emmanuel is the 13, just ahead there, moving out of the way for Daniel Shami. Looking into the TY Antares garage there. Number 81 is Rintaro Takamoto. And we also have Jan Shunchun Team Oda
This is
and
a demonstration
regular
of
rider in
Wirecast.
this series.
Yes, exciting times again ahead of TY Antares team looking into 2026.
Andy Badley looking happy, which is a good thing to see. Having really been through the mill and back over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, Andy finally looking strong again. He got a double podium in his local series in Mandalika.
This is a demonstration of Wirecast.
So long ago, just early last month. So he's come into this round with a bit of motivation. And currently, look at that. They're still maintaining second and third. The times aren't as quick as we saw yesterday, the fastest practice times, but overall it's been a really good weekend for the Kawasaki outfit.
Yeah, with most of the riders in the pits now, we have to imagine that business time is coming. As we get into the later stages, that's new
Wirecast.
Guang Yuan, one of two Chinese riders in this category. Gao Jiang is not here this weekend. He's injured and replaced by Li Yun. That's welcome back to Alphonse de Guigan, to the SDG team.
It's great to have the quality of Alphonse here. And again, I think Alphonse is definitely going to find exactly what the SDG team are lacking for the 250 bike.
This is a demonstration of
So
Wirecast.
the quality of Alphonse, he's been a good contender in the CV Championship, running for the Honda Talent team.
Yeah, the Yamaha Indonesian riders haven't. Oh, sorry, that's the BAF. Is that the BAF garage? Yeah.
So Galahundro there as well.
Yeah. Having a look around, they're keen to get out again.
The Tuk team has been a bit of the pace as well.
And
This
it's black.
is a demonstration of
Championship contender
Wirecast.
Isam Iqmal.
I do like this this overall black colorway that they're coming with for Izam. I remember when Izam got this suit, he told me, "Oh, this is just a training suit," but it looks like he likes it so much he's kept it as a race suit.
Looks good.
It does look good.
Yeah, the Victor Racing logo emblazoned across the chest. Yeah, that is a good look.
Looks very menacing, like a dark horse.
Yeah, which is the role he needs to play this weekend.
This
Yeah.
is a demonstration of
36-point deficit is
Wirecast.
a big one to make up, and it will require some, something not to go quite right for Fadilla for him to give up this championship. But nevertheless, Isam Iqmal and Victor Racing have really made a spectacular mark this season in the AP 250 class. 75 there for Team One for All. First time we've seen Li Yun, Chinese rider, coming
This
in
is
to
a
replace the
demonstration
injured
of
Gao Jiang this
Wirecast.
weekend. In fact, while we're on fun facts, we have riders from 5 different nations riding for Team One for All. And so we have 2 Chinese riders in this category. We have Pirapong and Febriantia, Thai and Indonesian in Underbones, and we have Rocco
This
Sessler,
is a
German,
demonstration of Wirecast.
Supersport 600s, and the team is owned by Japanese 125 GP legend Wichi Wee. So there you go, 6 nations in one team.
Yeah, Lu Yin, the newest addition to that. Oh, Davino was off the bike.
This looks like the car park of basic training.
It does, yeah. Well, Davino wouldn't. Oh, well, he would just about have his license now, yeah.
This is a
Right,
demonstration of Wirecast.
Yeah, I was just saying, yeah, Lu Yin, the newest addition to the One for All team, and it's always exciting seeing One for All, how they've improved as well a lot for the past couple of seasons, and you know, you really hope that they start finding the good results very soon. You can see with Rocco Sessler, they've closed the gap. Even for Gao Xiang, previously in the recent rounds, we've seen him start to really close up. So, looks good times coming for the One for All team.
Yeah, Li Yun yesterday improved a couple of
This
seconds
is a
between
demonstration of
from the first
Wirecast.
session to the last, so making good progress. First time in the team, first time at Chang International Circuit. So the target time is 1:51.3. That is the provisional pole time in the hands of Pritipak
This
Cancun.
is a demonstration of Wirecast.
That's almost 7/10 quicker than the next best, which is Aiki Iyoshi. There is our dark horse, number 124. Is Amik Mal. I think that could stick, Daniel.
Yeah, I think I like that now.
I just tried it out. And
Yeah.
it felt good.
That's it. That's Galangandra. You'd have to expect something big from Galangandra from this last stint. He's been good all season, almost every round well in the top 5. So
This
see what
is a
Galang can deliver
demonstration
for
of
the
Wirecast.
final round. On Thailand, having some extra work being done. Is that perhaps a fuel pump issue for Pancharok? Definitely the tank being lifted up. So something in fueling. A lot of riders coming back into pit lane for track space. Oh, sorry, distracted by the Kawasaki again.
Yeah.
Beautiful noise that
Yeah.
Anifali's bike makes.
Yeah, and happily, because
This
it's
is
such
a
a cool,
demonstration of
breezy morning,
Wirecast.
we've got the outside door of the commentary box open so we can revel in the glory of the many varied sounds. Mostly twins in this category, but the air pierced every 1 minute 50 or so by the Kawasaki's. So that we're going to see a lot of slipstreaming, a lot of jostling as we get
This
to
is a demonstration
the
of
6.5
Wirecast.
minutes of this qualifying session. We haven't quite seen the best times that we saw yesterday. Villa and Davino still in the pits, so they're letting this go on ahead of them, so keeping it nice and cool.
Berto having a quote-unquote brawl there to get through the slipstreams. He's really
This
pushing
is a
through. He wants a good
demonstration of
result.
Wirecast.
Dennis Shami is on a really good run right now. He's got the fastest Sector 1 time by about 0.05. So let's see what they do in Sector 2. Dennis Shami gets some clean slip through. It should be good for him. He's the only one with a big improvement. Izam Ekmal in a good lap as well. Izam should be coming up a few places. Should he finish this one well? Oh, that's Lu Yin going down. Oh, pro Lu Yin. She was just about to get a good run through with these riders.
Well, she's been pushing. That's
This
the first
is a
time down this
demonstration
weekend,
of Wirecast.
and she bounced up pretty quickly, so she's okay, but disappointing for qualifying.
Yeah, to her credit, she's done well. She's gone from nearly 9 seconds down. She's only 4 seconds down in this qualifying session, and she was right behind Jiaozhou. So she was with good company in where she was.
Yeah, definitely. There's Daniel Shami.
Yeah, a lot of them lost time in Sector 2. There was just too many things going on across the line. No one's improved. They lost so much time.
This is a
There's a
demonstration
confirmation
of
of Nguyen's bike being
Wirecast.
wheeled away. A good thing she's walking away from that. Look how quick that she crashed through there. That's the same place that Husni crashed earlier. That flip to the right at turn 7 and really can catch you out.
Yeah.
The right side of the tire gets so much cooler going through 3 left turns with the wind especially that we're having.
Yeah, so anyway, everything is all right with the rider. The bike doesn't look too badly out of shape.
This is a
Some
demonstration
pegs and
of
clip-ons.
Wirecast.
Azizam now right behind Kritapat. Sorry, right behind Tuptim.
Yeah,
39.
that's right. There's Calvin Kinsell for Honda Racing India.
As of right now, Kritapat is the only one who's put in quite a gap between himself and anyone else. Aiki the closest to him. Gosh, we haven't said that much this year, have we?
Of
But Aiki
Wirecast.
it's that close to the top. Lovely to see that. Oh, and there's another crash there.
Oh, exactly the same.
Again, at turn 7, someone ran wide. So Galang ran wide, and then I think he dragged his teammate down right after. I don't know if that was target fixation or is there a bit of debris right at turn 7.
Hard to say. Let's take a look.
So Galang went off.
Galan's off.
Look at that. Just the bike just wouldn't turn. So Al Diaz just couldn't get it turned in.
Yeah, that was a strange one. It seemed like he was
This
too far
is a
away for it to be
demonstration
target
of
fixation.
Wirecast.
Yeah, it looked like it was early on as well. It looked like right on entry.
Yeah.
So poor old Al Diaz. Strange. Lu Yin, now Al Diaz. Husni earlier.
Well, the other thing, Daniel, is that there is a bit of a gusty wind out there.
Indeed, yeah. I think it's just cooling down the right side of the tires a bit much, and it's catching the riders out. Also, while we have the 250 still on screen, just want to give a quick shout out to Murba Bitoni.
Demonstration of
We do miss you,
Wirecast.
Robbie, and we hope recovery's going well.
Amen to that. Get well soon. Follow doctor's orders, and we'll see you next year.
Yeah, I can't wait to have you back, Robbie. Would have been great to see him fighting for the title as well here.
Yeah, with one of the real sensations of the AP250 class this year. It's very disappointing he's not out here to round off the season. But main priority now is get well. Still Arby, he was late coming out for this final run.
This
There he
is
is.
a demonstration of Wirecast.
Yeah, RB's. You can see that RB is struggling a little bit in Chang with the ref cut, but he's been very close. So as long as he just sticks with the front group, RB can be confident going into the first race that he might be able to seal it.
Yeah, he's going to be pinning his hopes on the last time around, which will be when he crosses the line this time. That will be
This
the
is a
fly.
demonstration of
Currently
Wirecast.
provisionally middle of the second row in P5.
If my calculations are correct, RB needs to score a minimum of a P4 to guarantee. Yeah, if he gets P4, he's guaranteed champion. I have to run the calculation again. That's a rough mental calculation. So if he gets somewhere minimum in that region in the race, first race itself, no matter where Izam finishes, he will take the title.
Yeah, I'm just looking
This
at what's
is
going
a
on here.
demonstration
Miller
of
Arby,
Wirecast.
who needs to put in a good lap this time around, or on the lap he's about to begin. He's in a little bit of traffic at the moment.
And no one's really been able to improve much. It's been very dicey out there.
Yeah,
No one's really getting any running room. Everyone's just
yeah.
being
Arby's he's really going to have to thread the needle if he's going to improve his time this time around. There he is, the number 93, right in the middle there.
It might be not too bad for RB
This is a
starting in the second row.
demonstration of
Just to
Wirecast.
stay within the slipstream of the two Yamahas and the Kawasaki's in front. Sorry, the single Yamaha in front. I was thinking about Factor 3 yesterday where Tirana was on top, but yeah, maybe for RB it might just be the plan. Just stick behind them right until the end and then attack. Right behind him there is a Vietnam rider.
Yeah, Arby's got himself to the front of this group, so he's got some clear air in front of him.
And he's
This
improved
is a
through sector 1 as well,
demonstration
so
of
that's good to see.
Wirecast.
Roberto Meyer is improving as well.
So he could have timed this just right. Let's see.
It's gone well wide there. He's got Humberto right side by side with him. So Humberto now, he's got a good slip behind here for Nadiansha. This should be a good one from Humberto.
Yeah, RB and good sector 2. And he's got clear air in front of him. We know his quality. See if he can improve from P5. There's
This
Kritapat.
is a
In all
demonstration
sorts of
of
traffic there.
Wirecast.
They go through turn 9.
Strange one from Humberto this weekend. I think the bike's a bit different from the last time he's ridden it, so it's not really being pieced together the way he would have wanted it. Izam's gone up into 6, so Izam right now provisional second row for Izam. That's not too bad, but I'm sure he would have wanted more.
Checkered flag out now. So all eyes on the timing screens.
RB into second.
Yeah, he did stitch that. He did thread
This
the
is a
needle. He
demonstration
got
of
himself
Wirecast.
into the front of that group just as he needed to before they got into turn 5. And he made it count. No surprise there, given his quality.
I'm just amazed that he did that with that slipstream. There was nothing in front of him, and he just managed to get that nail done perfectly, because sector 3 he's gained a lot.
Yeah, so pole position, Kritapat Cancun, 151.3, that time set very early in the session. Indeed on his 4th flying lap.
This is a
So
demonstration
he
of
will
Wirecast.
lead the field away this afternoon. Next to him, by dint of that superb final lap, Fadila RB Aditama for Astra Honda, and he will be joined by Aiki Iyoshi on the front row. Aiki's teammate Andy Fadley, good to see him. He'll be leading the second row. Next to him, Nopropong Bunproes for Honda Racing Thailand, and Victor Racing's Izam Iqmal. Davina Brittani next up, he'll start 7th. Next to him, Tiranai Tubtim for Yamaha Vid Choburi. And Daniel Sharmi
This is a
looking
demonstration of
threatening all the way through that
Wirecast.
session once again, as he did yesterday. 152.4 is his time. And Galang Hendra, who went off late on. Humberto Cesar for TY Antares. And then it's Nguyen Hutri for Honda Racing Vietnam. Fadil Musyavi for Yamaha Racing Indonesia will start 13th. 14th, Kevin Kinsal. Good qualifying from the Indian. Chandra Hermawan, a little way down the order, according to expectations. He'll start 15th. 16th, Irfan Heikel for Maestro NWN SCK.
This is a
Tiwan
demonstration of
Rintaro
Wirecast.
Takamoto will start 17th. Aldia's Axel Ismail for Yamaha Yamalube, who we saw crash at turn 7 a few minutes ago. Starting 19th, Alfonsi de Guigan for SDG Hark Pro. And then we got Chao Vietnam, Nguyen Tonampu, and Panjarat Chitwirl Chat. Starting 23rd, way down in 23rd, Irvin Ardiansha. And then Joan Reeves Emmanuel. Kayum Razak for Cardinals
This is a
Factory
demonstration
Racing.
of Wirecast.
25th, and then it's Shunshin Zhang, Jazul Jarami, and starting 30th with a 157.7 for Victor Racing will be Long Nan Tzu. So we will show you a little recap of that session very shortly. So as we saw at the beginning, that was Davina Brittani holding on late. Liyun going out after most of the
This is a
field.
demonstration of Wirecast.
And it was a steady start for most of these riders. Not such a great start for Panjarat, who had an early off, but did make it back on track later. But it was the number 93 who got a lot of laps in, remained just about within touch timing-wise, but would leave things very much to the end before he really put his marker down. 14 was Kevin Kinsel. That was a decent session, qualifying session for
This is a demonstration
Racing
of
India's man.
Wirecast.
57, Daniel Sharmi. We spent a bit of time on screen with Daniel, running really fast, really aggressively. If he can get himself into the leading group this afternoon, it'll be really interesting to see what the Uma Racing 250 rider can do. Number 20 is
This is a
Not Prabhung.
demonstration of
39,
Wirecast.
there is Krittapat. He set his fast time earlier, but as we got into the closing minutes, there was a really crowded track. We saw some crashes. That was Lee Yun, team 1 for all going down, unhurt. Hopefully the bike not too hurt either. Number 36, he was there all the way through Tiranai. And there was Gowan going wide, and his teammate following him there, as we were just saying.
This
And
is a
Padilla
demonstration of Wirecast.
On the last lap, and you can see it right there. He got himself to the front of a group and just clear of the traffic in time to get himself through turn 4 and turn 5, and he would stitch together a superb final sector to move up from 5th to 2nd. So he will start from the 2nd row this afternoon. So the front row will be Krittapat, Kankum, Padilla, RB, Aditama, and Aiki Yoshi. That is Yamaha,
This
Honda,
is a demonstration
and
of
Kawasaki
Wirecast.
on the front row of the grid for race 1 this afternoon. Coming through 4th, Andy Fadley, Nokprapung Bumproez, and Davino Brittani. We're just waiting for Daniel to catch up with Krittapat.
This is a demonstration of
We're
Wirecast.
just about to go to Daniel.
All right, Krittapat, first of all, big congratulations. What a fantastic weekend this has been for you. So can you tell us about that qualifying? It's a bit windy today. We saw a few crashes, but you managed to get pole position. How is it out there today?
Yeah, for today, from yesterday, we try to make the bikes. We work hard and then we try to learn everything from yesterday, and then for today, we try
This
to
is a demonstration of
remind
Wirecast.
my mind, and then yeah, for today, I think I will do my best for the last one. Let's see it on the list.
Thank you so much, Krittapat. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Saturday morning business of qualifying is underway, and this is the beginning of the Supersport 600 30-minute session to determine grid positions for race 1 this afternoon and race 2 on Sunday afternoon. Riders have just completed their outlap, or just completing their outlaps. We saw 2 of the Thailand racing team on the Racing Thailand, giving the correct word order. That being Jakrapat, number 20, and 31, Tanat. Tanat looking good at various stages in free practice yesterday. Ended up 7th on combined times, 139.7. But one feature of the Supersport 600 class, as it has been all year, is incredibly small differences between the fastest and the slowest. Yesterday, less than 1 second separated P1 to P17. So that's how close it is. And quickest of all was Anupam Samoon. It's not quite quickest. He was for much of the day, but it was Karaladin Pawi who recorded the best time of the day in the 3rd session. It was a strange day for Karaladin Pawi and his team. Really were fairly luckless through session 1 and 2. Session 2 in particular saw crashes for all 3 riders, Karaladin Pawi, Helmi Asman and Sharafuddin Asman. But they came back well in the 3rd session. Helmi ended up 4th. Sharafuddin Asman a little bit down the order as we might have expected after his double win at Sepang. He was 12th quickest. Going to the top first time around with a 140 was Tanat Longpliao. And that is number 31. That is Tanat. Keeping himself out of the way at turn 3. Just finding a gap to safely come back on track. And just behind him there is the Chinese rider, Shajin Tong. That is Kazma Daniel. Kazma Yudin. Running 2nd in the championship behind Adananta Putra. Oh, once again, at turn 7 we see a crash. That is, I think that's Sharafuddin Asman, it is. Oh, that bike quite badly damaged. Damok himself looks okay, though a little dusty. And 2 riders down there, Hurjan Atna. All kinds of drama at the beginning of this 30-minute session. Sharafuddin down, Hurjan down, couldn't see the other one. And I wonder whether it could be the blustery conditions that are causing the trouble. Although that second crash looked a bit like a collision. On screen there is Rocco Sessler for Team One for All. 16-year-old German carrying the 600 flag for Team One for All. Kazma Daniel goes inside him at turn 3. Well, early drama here. We will sort that out for you. You can see exactly what happened. But for Sharafuddin, it most definitely looked like another of those crashes at turn 7. So we do wonder whether that is wind assisted. So early leader in this 30-minute session. We just just over 7 minutes gone, is a wild card by the name of Apiwat Wongtananon.
Feels weird to call him a wild card, doesn't it? But it is what it is.
It does, because he's got such a long record in this championship that you could probably, without checking, I would say probably goes back a decade to when he was in AP 250s.
He just set an inside out prop at turn 12 there. That was good to see.
Yeah, well, those two riders know each other.
38.7 on that lap. It wasn't that much quicker through sector 1 and 2, but sector 3 was massive from Apiwat.
Yeah, and that's full 7/10 quicker than Kazma. And Adananta, who's found some good early pace as well. Championship leader, Adananta for Astra Honda. There is the number 241, Apiwat Wongtananon.
That might be new qualifying lap record. I need to check that back. But compared to round 1, we've seen a 38.8. This is a 38.7. When was the last time we've seen a 38.7?
He's running a qualifying rear, so it could be, yeah. Green flash, if you're not familiar with the color coding for Supersport and ASB. Green flash on the rear tyre indicates that it's a qualifying tyre. Apiwat seems to be making the most of his. Should be worth at least half a second around this Chang International Circuit. There is Kitsadala, number 18, going through. Reza Danica. Reza Danica currently in 10th with a 140.2. Daniel, you're checking the records.
Yeah, so we've seen a 38.4 last year at around a similar time for the final round by Tanat Lamplio. So 38.4 in 2024.
Yeah, and this does make for a dramatic qualifying session when one of the quick riders goes out early on that qualifying tyre. That's exactly what Apiwat has done.
So Chira as well, 38.4 in 2023. So that's really where the benchmark is. So Apiwat's done with his qualifying rears. As of right now, in these conditions, that's the best time. So we'll see whether anyone can drop that further.
Yeah, that's what makes the qualifying sessions edgy. Is well, one of the top riders has banked that time, but that's before the other main players put on their green liveried rear tyres. Khalid and Powie was fastest on combined times yesterday. Best result this season has been P2.
2019, the last time Kasma was in 600s, he managed a 38.6.
Kip comes in. No significant time set by him yet. 140.4. Have a look there inside the Astra Honda garage. Reza Danica trudges in.
Helmet there complaining about the rear grip, it seems, when he opens up. It's all the way down at 13th. I mean, it's, yeah, the mystery of Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia continues. It's so strange.
It's really on and off. As we observed yesterday, just 4 podium finishes in a combined 30 starts.
Yeah. I mean, the struggle of
3 wins in a second, so shows what they're capable of.
The struggle of half of the grid has put Rocco Sessler now in 9th, because he's been close to the top all throughout the sessions, and now where everyone's struggling, he's finding the similar comfort he had yesterday, so that's putting him in a good position. Aldi Satya, 39.8.
Yeah.
It's a stressed out looking Damok compared to how we usually see him.
Yeah, he hasn't had a good weekend, has he? After a magnificent outing in Sepang with that double win. One of the riders in that that crash that appeared to have been caused by a collision was Jack Rapat. Just saw the number 20 with the right clip-on hanging off. They've got just over half the session to get that sorted out and back on track. Glimpse there of Anupab, who's on his way into the pits. Rocco Sessler behind him. 15, 14, one for all. Anupab flicks on the pit lane limiter. There is Apiwat. Of course, we've seen him on a superbike for A1 Energy BMW this season until their withdrawal at Sepang. So it's a bit of a bonus to see him back at all, and it's exciting to see him on a 600. The 2020, where are we? Last year's champion, 2024. And a rider who, as a wild card, had a significant hand in clinching the championship the previous year. So Chiro Minamoto. Daniel, what's on your mind?
I was just looking at the body language from Mrs. Zuhomi there from Honda Malaysia. For anyone who watches the Behind the Visor series, you'll see some very, very strong comments from Mrs. Zuhomi about the situation that they're going through. I think what we just saw from him there was definitely an indication of that. He's not happy at all with how this weekend is going. It's just been such a tough season for them. I have to remember it's a factory Honda team, so they expect results.
Yeah, an absolutely fantastic team with an unbelievable record in the Asia Road Racing Championship. That's Anupab, second quickest yesterday. 31 and 21. Fist bump on the way into pit lane. It's the Thai Tanat and championship leader on his way back to the Astra Honda garage. Adananta Putra. Another of the crash machines.
That one's right there.
Yeah. Street from all the way around at turn 7. So a busy morning. 3 riders down were all in the first few minutes. Stamok taking a slightly concerned look at his mount. There's a relaxed looking Kazma Daniel. Kazma, you in for Hongyong Yamaha.
Yeah, you notice the camera was on him, so that's why the posing happened.
Yeah, that's it. The camera loves you, Kazma.
And he loves the camera.
So more repairs there for Jack Rapat, his CBR 600 RR. One of the 3 early crashes. Number 18 next to him is of the rookie Kitsada in 600. And if you look carefully in the background, you can see that the gentleman in the white t-shirt talking to him is none other than Ratapong Willera.
Yes, that's right.
Who has returned to Honda. The Willerot family have a long, long history with Honda. It was a real shock a few years back when Ratapong moved to Yamaha. And then we kind of got used to that. And then I hadn't realized that he'd gone back until I ran into him in the paddock yesterday.
Exactly the same. I was looking for Nakarin, I think, at one point, and then suddenly I saw Ratapong. I was like, what are you doing here?
I thought maybe he'd forgotten his shirt and borrowed his brother's. But yeah, so he's in there as a rider coach, enjoying himself.
I mean, what a setup Honda Thailand has. Ratapong, and Muklada.
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing.
Ratapong, the 2018 Supersport 600 champion, injured himself badly 2 years ago. Really bad ankle injury that I think will probably keep him out of competition. He says he still might do some competitive riding, but just feels like he's in the right place now.
Yeah, the thing about Rataman, we did see him for a wild card last season, Api Watt's campaign charge, and he still was quick. He was so very quick, and it's just a shame. I mean, that injury really took it out of him. I think, yeah, it's tough to come back from a big injury. It's a very laser-focused Reza Danica watching the time.
Yep, he's got some work to do. Frustrating season for the number 1, 2, 3 for Astra Honda.
Yeah, Reza in his local series, he's been doing a lot of time in the 600s as well. Didn't get the results he wanted yet there either, so still a lot more work for Reza. I think he's such a quality rider who's one of the best on the 250s that we've seen in a while in the ARC Championship, but it's just not happened for him yet in the 600s.
Yeah, it's a strange one because he's not very tall, but he's muscular, isn't he?
Yep, he is.
Yeah, I'd have thought it wouldn't be the issue. So, with 11 minutes remaining, serious faces on there in the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia garage.
If that was a perfect image of if looks could kill.
Yes, indeed.
And he's been busy. This is Ami trying to get Honda Malaysia into the right track.
Yeah, they have such a fantastic record if you go back through the different incarnations of this team. Indeed, back to Bunsu Honda and so on. And won more championships than you can shake a stick at.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's really confusing with the Hondas. I mean, just on the global scheme of racing, there are times when you see Honda teams being brilliant, and there are times where you just see them struggling. And right now for Idemitsu Honda Malaysia, it's a struggle. This season has been a struggle. The only one that's been a bit of a saving grace has been the consistency of Zakwan. We've seen him score points when it's necessary, and that's what's kept him in the title fight. But in the 600s this season, it's just been really tough. So in the 250s as well in the past, when they had the likes of Irfan Haikal fighting with factory Honda outfit. Because Irfan now riding for NWN SK Honda.
Yeah. Yeah, in the Astra Honda garage there, Herjan Atno was one of the early crashers. So, busy garage there.
See more green tires coming out now on those Dunlops. Lachlan gave us a bit of information for next season, but I'm not sure if I can repeat the information that was said.
Yeah, that could have been. Well, I think he prefaced it by saying, "I'm not sure if I can say this, but."
But he did.
And then the cat jumped out the bag. But anyway, it's only positive.
Yeah, it's very positive news. We're excited for what's to come next season. Of course, for the ASB 1000s, there's a prize for the new lap record holders should they break the lap record starting next season. $1 million each round. That's a bonus, so it's great to see that the riders have another incentive to push. But the Super Sport 600, as far as we know now, there's no such prize, but the riders will be battling out, as always, for the top times, and it's always going to be a close battle in qualifying for the 600s.
Yeah, and it's interesting for riders like, who have the approach of, say, Adananta, who really focuses on race setup throughout the whole weekend. He could, riders like him could potentially be missing out on the lap record prize money. But let's see. Adananta's bike there, the number 21.
World champion Nali Satyahendra is moving out of the way of Rocco. Rocco is trying to tail behind Wahyu Aldi.
Yeah, really good to see Aldi Satya Mahendra back in this paddock for this round.
We love the introduction you gave for him on Friday as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a world champion
in the house.
In the house, yeah.
Yeah, and we do, yeah. There's There's a still pensive looking Sharafuddin Azman.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll get out in time.
Tick-tock.
Kasma's on his qualifying race and he's tailing Apiwat back into pit lane. So that's going to take some life out of Kasma's tyres.
Yeah, I wonder what's on his mind there.
Interesting move by Kasma. With 7 minutes remaining as well.
Absolutely. Wouldn't dismiss the move. Normally a man with a plan at this stage in the proceedings. 18 is Kitsadar, 31 is Tanat, 32 is Helmi Azman. Helmi fourth quickest on combined times and looking a lot better this weekend. As you can see, he's on qualifying tyres, as nearly all these riders are. Just a reminder, Apiwat Tananon, who currently sits at the top with that 138.7. He has done his qualifying allocation.
Sada nearly going off his bike there. And here we go now. Qualifying rears on almost everyone's bikes except for Apiwat, who was on it early.
Yep, 6 minutes remaining, and it is most definitely business time.
Sada centered on the inside of Shajuntong there. Tanat trying to catch the slipstream of Shajuntong.
Yeah, Shajuntong looks a little rattled there.
That's right, Unagroho, followed by McKinley Carl Pads. Oh, Carl's gone wide. Wahyu's gone wide. Roka's gone wide. Aldi's gone wide. Target fixation by everyone. Yeah. And that's one lap gone out of their tyres.
Frustration there. You get a maximum 3.
Second Wahyu went off. Everyone behind him went off too. So the boys in Yamaha, different teams, and all trying to set this lap together. It's going to be one lap burns for them.
Okay to follow someone, but not if they go off.
I think it's all 5 of them.
So a little reset needed for a good proportion of this field. There goes Wahyu Nugroho. Oh, sorry, that's Apiwat Tananon.
Leading Kasma still after their trip into pit lane. So I wonder if Kasma is just trying to get a tow from Apiwat and whether Apiwat's okay with it. And that's what we're seeing right now.
Apiwat normally doesn't like it. He normally gets a bit feisty with people who try to follow him.
So it's an interesting situation.
But I think this is race setup time for him.
Here comes Kasma. Behind him is Anupap. So the 3 Yamahas, well, all have worked together in the past. Going on this lap together. Anupap has an improvement. Kasma does not. Kasma slower in the first sector. Kasma's going to really need to hope for a big sector 2 and 3. Otherwise, that's another lap burnt. Anupap, however, he is improving.
Yeah, we do often see errors made when riders come out on qualifiers and they end up wasting them. We wouldn't expect that from Kasma.
Wide, Kasma's playing the line, trying to get some extra rolling speed in.
Anupap improving through sector 2 as well.
So we go, Kasma, that's the fastest second sector. Here we go, but he's right behind Apiwat. Apiwat might hold him up here. If they're helping each other out, Apiwat needs to get out of the way quickly. Oh, you can see Kasma, he's trying to find a way around. I think he's going to lose time in sector 3.
Hard to imagine that Apiwat wants to help Kasma at this point, sitting as he is on provisional pole.
Oh, there goes Kasma now through the slip. So Kasma, it might be salvageable. Gets the bike planted, gets a rear tire on. Here we go now, side by side. This is not a race, this is qualifying. Kasma goes third, Anupap goes second with the fastest sector 3 because Anupap was undisturbed on that lap. Here we go, final run for Kasma now in this qualifying race.
So Apiwat, who we said, will he mind Kasma following him? Well, it seems as though that could have been a plan.
Could have been, yeah. Kasma just has a quick look on the left to see where Apiwat is. Anupap was just about to send on the inside of Kasma. Anupap sets the fastest first sector and he goes right behind Kasma. Daniel, Kasma a bit wider sector at the third turn, through sector 1. Anupap faster, but Kasma still again, it's not his strongest one. I think he lacked a good exit out of the last turn there.
Yeah. Also improving is Adananta Putra, our championship leader, currently at the back of the second row.
Anupam's gone ahead of Kasma through turn 4 and now into 5 and 6 and 7. So this might be beneficial for Kasma because he will have the pace through Sector 2 and Sector 3 again. What are the boys in Yamaha going to do now? Through Sector 2, no one's improved through Sector 2. Aldi Satya's gone third fastest.
Adinanta improved, but he's still at the back of the second row. P6 for our championship leader.
Adinanta's down. Adinanta's down at turn 3, I think this is. Oh no, that's at the long. That's at. Long lap penalty is at turn 6.
Another lap down for number 500 Anupam Salmoon. So 139.2 as well.
He is going to start from 6th at best. And that's if Helmi, Ferozi, Kitsada, Kip, Wahi, Nugroho, Rocco don't find improvement on this current lap. And they are improving through Sector 1 now.
Yeah.
Kasma, Anupam and Apiwa are going for another flying lap now, it seems.
Yeah, Ferozi on decent time as well. Down in 8th after a quiet day yesterday for the Indonesian class rookie. But these three running together are very interesting, not least because only 2 of them are on qualifying tyres. Jack Rapat, number 20, trying to improve from holding up the timing screen.
To the sucker, Apiwa, it looked like he was trying to give a bit of a slip boost for both Anupam and Kasma in different turns. For now, Ferozi, so Kip goes 9th, Reza goes 5th, Tanad goes 4th. So Reza goes down into 6th now, Tanad goes 4th. And that puts the championship leader, Adinanta, down in 7th.
Yeah, and it looks as though that early tactic by Apiwat of going on qualifying tyres in his first run looks like it's paid off. So I don't think Kasma is going to get the better of him.
About to come across the line now. Let's see whether Kasma does jump a couple positions or not. Kasma exits cleanly across the line. Kasma is not going any faster.
Checkered flag out now. Sorry, Daniel. Just marking as these riders go by, so they will get another one.
So Kasma 5th is the best he can hope for, but not concerning for Adinanta. He's down in 7th. But I think everyone's cooked up their qualifying tyres. Damok's not going to make it out for improved position, so Damok is all the way down in 17th. What a job by Aldi Satya, only 70% fit. He's up into 3rd, and he completes a Yamaha top 3 for the front row.
Yep, we saw him struggling a little bit yesterday in the early sessions, improving steadily. And as the Supersport 300 World Champion, put himself on the front row for this afternoon. Wahina Groho down in 14th.
Still struggling, Wahyu. There was a moment of brilliance for him in practice 3 yesterday, but qualifying, this has not gone well for him. He's actually just only come up in pit lane, so he completed 1 lap in the second stint.
Well, you can see the greenery moving gently in the breeze there. There have been a few gusts during the course of this morning, some of which may have caused crashes, but he went out early on qualifying tyres and did a time that made it count. 138.743 puts Apiwat Wongtanan on the wild card for Yamaha TNP on pole position for this weekend. Next to him, his longtime sparring partner Anupam Salmoon for Yamaha Thailand, and then Aldi Satya Mahendra coming in as a wild card for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Then it was Tanat Longpliao, good qualifying from him, 139. Kasma Daniel didn't quite make those qualifying tyres pay, 139.1 for the Malaysian contender. And then it was Reza Danica. We'll start from the back of the second row. Then Adinanta Putra, the championship leader, will start 7th from Helmi Asman. 8th, in 9th is Ferozi Torakatula. 10th, Caroline Paui, fastest man yesterday. Kitsadar Tanachot will start 11th. Rocco Sesta with a 139.8. Good improvements from the German. He'll start 12th, just ahead of Herjan Atner for Astra Honda. And the Yamaha Racing Indonesia's Wahyu Nugroho starts down in 14th, and McKinley Carpaz down in 15th for Hongyong Yamaha Racing. 139.985 for the Filipino. And then it's Xia Jintong for Victor Racing. He did a 141.952, so he continues to improve. And early crasher Shirafuddin Azman Damok was not able to get back out owing to the damage to his bike, so his only recorded time was a 1:48. No time recorded for Jakrapat Pudisan, another of the early crashers. So they will be on the rear of the grid for this afternoon. We'll have another look at the highlights of that qualifying session. Very much a session of two halves. There was championship leader Adinata Putra setting off nice and early. Nearly all the riders went out in the early stages on race tyres, except for one we'll be seeing shortly. There was an early crash. That was Shirafuddin Azman, Virgin Atna and Jakrapat going down, and Kazma Daniel threatening through the early parts of the session, through to the later stages indeed. But it was Apiwat Wongtananon who decided to go early on qualifiers, who banked a 139.358. So that was on that time around. He banked a 138.743 in his early run. That would prove to be good enough. There is Kitadar 18 being chased there by Helmi Azman. They would end up further back than they really wanted to. Everybody here really trying to get onto the front two rows. That's the 1/3 mark in the session. We started to see riders coming in. Repairs being done there to the Honda of Shirafuddin Azman. 241. We normally see him running 24. Was Apiwat, who came out to check his race setup on medium tyres, having done his qualifiers earlier. He found himself kind of in the way, accidentally, deliberately or whatever, with Kazma, but it didn't go well for Kazma to be running on track so close to Apiwat on his qualifying tyres. So that pushed him down the order. And then we saw Anupab and Aldi Satya Mahendra coming through strongly. There was Jakrapat finally out on track, but not able quite to make it pay for Honda Racing Thailand. And it was that early time set by Apiwat that guaranteed him pole position from teammate Anupab and wildcard Aldi Satya Mahendra. So you can see the grasses blowing in the wind there. That wind, I think, has been problematic during the course of the morning because of the crashes we saw at turn 7. That's usually an indicator that the wind is playing a part. And we will shortly be going to interview Apiwat Wongtananon, this afternoon's pole sitter, just as soon as he gets his helmet off. And Daniel finds his way to him, or the other way around. But if you look at pit lane there, look at the grandstand over the pits and the flags below them, you can see that the breeze is quite a stiff one. So that's blowing down turn 3, so from turn 3 to turn 4. So that means on that very long straight, the riders have got the wind at their back, and it means that it's kind of buffeting into the side of them as they tip into turn 7, which is where we've seen so many crashes so far this morning. Otherwise, blue skies, cool temperatures. Air temperatures will go up to 30 this afternoon, so it'll feel hot in the sun, but really very manageable in the shade. This is the 19th year that the Asia Road, sorry, the 19th time that the Asia Road Racing Championship has visited Chang International Circuit first time a month or so, just weeks after the opening of the track in 2014. Asia Road Racing Championship was the first international event ever to come here, and since then we've been making 2 visits a year, except of course during the 2021 COVID-19 hiatus. And once again this year we started and finished at Chang International Circuit. So this track in Buriram, Thailand, very much at the heart of the Asia Road Racing Championship. And we are ready to go to Daniel.
So Abhiwat, brilliant job in the Super Sport 600 qualifying. Welcome back to the 600 category. So that was a really good qualifying session. You were one of the only ones to head out straight away with qualifying tires. How was it out there, and how are you feeling for this weekend?
Yeah, it's in the first time this year in the second race. Yeah, but in the first day, and I can improve for myself. But yeah, in the second day, it's qualified. It's good to be better. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the last one, and we will see again in the last one.
We feel a lot of wind coming through right now. So at turn 7, is it a bit tricky now going to the right?
In the turn 7, turn 4 also, it's like the too much wind. Turn 8 also. Yeah, but difficult today, but we will see.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the race.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
Welcome back to Chang International Circuit for the finale of the 2025 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And now it's eyes down for one of the highlights, speaking personally, of the qualifying morning, which is the Super Pole competition in the Underbone 150 category for the top 10 starting places for race 1 this afternoon. 10th quickest this morning was the outgoing champion, the 2024 champion, Farming Basam, for Yamaha LFN 969. And 20 seconds later, out goes April King Moscado, who was 9th quickest this morning. And as another 20 seconds clicks past, out goes Akid Aziz. So the slower group of 5, they go out, and then there's a little bit of a gap. There goes Akid's teammate, FIM Ran, who's a real exponent of this Chang International Circuit. opponent are pretty much everywhere in Southeast Asia. Good bit of Kreshna. Going back a few years, 2 times champion for the number 23, now riding for the Zir Elephant 969 team. That have done such a fantastic job putting together a campaign that guaranteed them the championship in the hands of Gupita's teammate, picking Ryan Cloudsea by round 5 in Sepang. Looking now at Fahmi Bassam, completing his outlap. 1 outlap, 1 flying lap, 1 slowing down lap for each of these riders. He starts his flying lap now. Coming in, still at about a 20-second gap behind him. Able King Moscato to start his flying lap. So 2 riders now on their way. So we'll be watching the sector times. Here comes Akid Aziz. An absolute master of putting together a really good single lap in Super Pole. Akid Aziz, so precise, so quick. And there's his teammate. Number 50.
He has done some wonders on Super Pole. But Fahmi Bassam with the Elephant HP 969 team, they've really built together a strong showing. Right now, Akid with the fastest sector time, so Akid's improved a lot through Sector 1 compared to Fahmi in April. So it went even faster. It's Afif Amran just by 0.002.
Yeah, good work here. Fahmi reached the championship here just a year ago. Just 2 months ago at Sepang. And the champion for 2025 is not in the Super Bowl shootout.
Fahmi Bassam is going to be close to complete his Super Bowl lap, but Akid Aziz has gone faster in Sector 2.
Sector 203.
Fifth now. Super Pulse GRT coming in really strong on this Super Bowl performance.
So at the moment, it looks like it's going to be advantage Afif.
Akid will be the first to jump up a couple of positions into first. Akid now to complete his Super Bowl lap. Oh, wasn't even good enough for first. It's only second fastest. So here comes Afif Amran now, and this should put him on top. It should be 202 for Afif. Comes across the line. It's a 202.767.
Yes, indeed. So he telegraphed that with those fantastic Sector 1 and Sector 2 times. There is Gupita completing his lap. I don't think this is going to be anywhere close enough.
Fourth best is just ahead of April, so decent, but not enough for a higher score.
So, first 5 through and on their slowing down laps now. And the next group of 5 that comes out will be the quickest from qualifying 2 this morning. But on provisional pole position, Afif Amran, who on his day is an absolute wizard. Not only at 1 lap, but he's been such a strong racer this season as well. And going back a few years, he actually won the Underbone race here by a significant margin. He ran away on the final lap. something that is almost impossible to do. You just see it so rarely.
Yeah, Afif is a special rider, and the Superfast GRT team really have prepared some amazing machines for the campaign. And this year they haven't had, well, from what I gather, they haven't had as much input as they would have wanted into the team, and they're preparing right now for a strong 2026. They've been testing the 250cc machines as well, the Yamaha R3, and they've been some properly fast bikes. So it's exciting times for GRT.
Yeah, well, they've been right at the pointed end of just about every race this season. Nobody's been able to seriously challenge Husni Zainal-Fauzi, but he took himself out of contention for Super Pole this morning by going out very slowly and then crashing when he tried to speed up.
Yeah. And for a moment we had Husni up here with us. Just a very happy, relaxed Husni after claiming the title already.
Yeah, and you'd think with the pressure off he would really be going for it. He was quick yesterday, of course.
Yeah.
But just a little bit too relaxed perhaps this morning.
How about the similar thing that Apiwa mentioned, which is just at turn 7, the turn 4 and 7, the wind right now is catching them out, and that's probably what caught Husni as well. Stronger winds than yesterday, today.
Yeah, that sector 2, he just done the fastest sector 2 when he crashed. So yeah, holding nothing back. This is replacement rider Fadli Regani, who was 5th quickest in qualifying this morning and will therefore lead out this second group for their Super Pole wrap.
Fadli's done a good job in his replacement ride.
That's very well, Daniel Demar. Placing Daniel Demar, yeah.
And Daniel Demar had a good run in Mandalika and in Sepang.
Charles Shazras had a good qualifying. A mixed day yesterday. Either very quick or not very quick at all. Here comes John Emerson Ngito. Fast Filipino. Having a good time here, as he always does. Always got a smile on his face. Always giving it 110%. And here comes Pirapong Nui Bimpeng, sole Thai rider in this championship, on board for Team One for All. His form all the way through, not just qualifying this morning, but all the way through yesterday. He was quick, and he is well overdue a podium in the Underbone 150 class. Fastest in qualifying this morning was Dimas Chuli at Moko for Racetech 60. If he gets around here and takes pole position, it will not be his first pole position here at Chang International Circuit. That happened 2 years ago, before he really became a consistent rider. But he comes in here, not with, of course, any championship chance, but in his P4. So a very good season for him, joining Waiwaji Trilaksana in the Racetech 60 team.
Yeah, the Racetech 60 team really switched up the second the results came in Mandalika. It's been brilliant. Now here comes Fadli Regani to begin his flying lap in Super Bowl. Green flag waved, and the time begins.
So he's done well this weekend.
Shazras, he seems to really like it here at Chang.
Yeah. Pole back in April. See what he can do this time.
Rider through 8th in total is John Emerson Ngito. Filipino do for us this weekend.
So he hunkers down.
A bit of a Fami Bassam impression there.
Yeah, with the knee sticking out. Indeed, it seems to be catching on. Pirapong as well. Pirapong is small enough to hold himself on without the knee sticking out.
Yeah, so he's doing that now. He's got his knees tucked in as well. Pirapong's been brilliant this weekend. I think we can rely on him for a good result here this week.
Yeah, he's always close.
Oh, John's gone and done the fastest first sector by quite a margin.
Yeah, it's good work.
This is brilliant work from John Emerson.
Yeah, it's always good to see him near the top on the podium. Previous race winner in Underbone 150s. And Pirapong has done the fastest sector 1 now. So the game is being raised. He was 3/10 quicker through sector 1 than Afif Amran.
Indeed, oh, but look who's gone quicker now. Dimas. He's a whole 4/10 quicker than Afif in the sector 1 first sector. Top speed as well. Dimas has managed a 158. The only rider close to a 160 kph speed trap. Here comes Fadli Regani to complete his flying lap. This should put him somewhere in the top 4. Keep your eyes out for number 202. Fadli across the line goes 50, just ahead of April.
John Emerson Gito, fastest sector 2.
Shastras is going to be somewhere in the top 5, but it's not going to be enough to contest top 3 spots. Comes across the line. What's going to be 5th, 6th?
Oh yes, it's going to be Dimas Julie, unless he messes up on this way round. Fastest sector 1 and 2.
It's a total of 8/10 faster than Afif Amran throughout the first 2 sectors. John comes across, should put him up. He does go up into first, 202.659. But here comes Pirapong. Pirapong's been on a good lap as well.
Yeah, really good from this second batch of riders going out. Pirapong looking good, perhaps for a front row start.
Yeah, this should be third from Pirapong. He comes across the line. Where does he go? He goes third, but Dimas might be the upset for Pirapong. Here comes Dimas Julie. This is certain. Oh, huge moment at the last turn for Dimas. But did he lose much time? He comes across the line. It's a 202.3. He still goes top.
Whoa. And he did lose time then. What could that have been? 202.3 for Dimas Julie. Wow, that was a nail biter. So Dimas Julie at Moco, 202.3. Almost, well, just over 3/10 quicker than John Emerson and Gito. Brilliant ride as well from John. Just watch Dimas on his slow down lap. And just look at that. Just got it wrong. Came in a bit too hot. Look at the front bouncing around. And you can see he's just going really wide there. But he didn't lose enough time to lose pole position. So absolutely brilliant once again. Another pole position for Racetech 60's Dimas Julie at Moco. There it is, 202.342. Next up, John Emerson and Gito will start from the middle of the front row. And next to him will be Pitspike Superfast JRT's Ahmad Afif Amran. And then Pirapong Peng for Team One for All, his best start for a while. He'll start 4th. Next to him, outgoing champion Fahmi Bassam for Yamaha LFN HP 969. Akid Aziz completes the second row. Leading row 3, Gupta Krishna Wadana and Fadli Regani, the replacement rider for Daniel Damar this weekend. Starting 9th, Shahwat Shazras for Extremo UZ Asia. April King Moscato will start 10th. So we'll have another look at that as we just look up at beautiful blue sky with puffy little white clouds. Absolutely gorgeous day here in Buriram in the heart of northeast Thailand. So nice indeed that we have the luxury of keeping the outside door open in the commentary box. First away was Fahmi Bassam, 2024 champion and currently 2nd in this year's standings. Then was April King Moscato. Great to see him coming through to Super Pole. Fahmi Bassam with that distinctive head down, knees out style that seems to be copied, although it doesn't look aerodynamic. The other riders are copying it, so it must be worth something for the former champion. So he put in 203.242. And next up, April King Moscado, number 43 for Puma Philippines. Head right down between his knees. That wouldn't take him to the top of the timing screens, but we saw a really good lap here from FIFAM Ran. He really did set the mark of that first batch of 5 riders that went out. That took him to the top. And then it was the time for the fastest 5, including Pirapong Nuben Peng, and the fastest rider from qualifying on your screen there, Dimas Juliat Moko. This was a really good lap for Team One for Alls. Pirapong Nuben Peng, he put in a 202.9 as he crossed the line now. Again, head right down. But it was nowhere near over with Badli Regani still on track, and Dimas Juli, of course, still out on track on his flying lap. Good performance from the replacement rider, Badli. So 3.7 on his Super Pole lap. This was Pirapong's bid for the front row. And just momentarily, for about 20 seconds, he did put himself on the front row. But hot on his heels was this rider, making all sorts of shapes through the final turn, but holding on brilliantly to bag pole position for race 1 this afternoon, and indeed race 2 tomorrow afternoon. Brilliant performance from Dimas Juli at Moko, number 202 for Race Tech 60 Racing. John Emerson and Gito and FIFAM Ran will complete the front row. Completing row 2 will be Pirapong Nuben Peng, Fahmi Bassam and Akid Aziz.
All right, Dimas, it's a perfect weekend for you so far through practice, qualifying, and now in Super Pole P1 as well. So what's the feeling going into the race? Are you going to change the setup or is everything okay?
Alhamdulillah di Super Pole ini menjadi yang terbaik lagi. Dari setup dari EP1, EP2 dan KTT, alhamdulillah berjalan lancar, dan sampai Super Pole ini masih bisa mempertahankan di posisi yang pertama. Semoga di race 1 dan di race 2 besok dari persiapan kami, tim, mekanik dan saya, semoga yang kami persiapkan untuk balapan membuahkan hasil, dan juga untuk warga Kalimantan Timur, Samarinda, Indonesia, doakan saya di balapan round final ini semoga diberi kelancaran, kemudahan dan juara. Bismillah.
So you're saying he's happy that he's managed to get a good result since practice and qualifying, and managed to get the same position for Super Pole, and he's hoping that with the work and efforts from the mechanics himself and the team that they'll be able to get a good result in the race, and he's hoping that everyone back at home will pray for him for a good result this weekend. Thank you so much, Dimas. Congratulations and good luck for the race.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7. Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
We are back and live at Chang International Circuit. This is the final session of the morning qualifying, the final qualifying session before race 1 this afternoon for this final round of the 2025 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And this is really the category with the most drama of all out of the 5. It's been an absolutely fascinating season with all kinds of rivalries going on, particularly on track. Controversies including the race 2 last lap at Sepang involving Hafiz Shirin and Zakwan Zaidi, which resulted in Zakwan Zaidi being penalised with having to do a long lap in race 1, not in race 2, only race 1. There is Hafiz Shirin going out. He trails championship leader Nakarin Atirapuvapat by just 4 points. Hafiz and Zakwan going out of the big points in Sepang. That granted Nakarin first place in the standings, which he's taken to his home track for the final round. He was a double winner here back in April. Conditions were very much hotter, very much more humid at that time. But I must say, Daniel, yesterday Nakarin was absolutely on fire, putting in incredibly quick lap time from his very first flying lap to the last. He really absolutely nailed it all day long, showing fantastic confidence and really good speed and a kind of smoother riding style than we've seen from him in the past.
Yeah, it's brilliant. He's found that balance now in his riding, I feel, and it bodes well for him. It's going to be concerning for everyone else, trying to think of what Nakarin's going to pull out of his bag.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. I don't want to speculate too much, but I think we're gonna see him trying to get away and being stalked by Hafiz and Zakwan. Zakwan looking really good. He was quickest on combined times yesterday. But let's get through qualifying first. This is a 40-minute session. I haven't seen any riders yet making an early effort on qualifiers. You'll probably see most of them go at the end, where the conditions are really ideal at this point. Just after 11 AM local time. Cool, sunny conditions. There is Andy Farid Izdihar. He's missed some of the season through injury and hasn't had the best time of it before that. This is his swan song though, his last outing for Astra Honda. And he remains tight-lipped about what might happen next. No matter how hard Daniel has tried to get the information out of him, he is absolutely staying stum. Number 40 there is Joe Francis, the British rider in for Victor Racing.
What we're looking for is 134s. 134 mid to low would be really good. That would be some of the fastest times that we've had in qualifying here for ASB. With these conditions, I think we should have no issue finding 134s. With Zakwan and Nakarin both posting mid 135s yesterday.
Yeah, Zakwan took pole with a 135 and a little bit back in April.
Those were in much hotter conditions. So with these cooler temps, it should be helping them a bit. The bike's engine also will be performing at a much more happy temperature.
Yeah, better for the riders, better for the engines, better for the tyres. So we should see some really good lap times. Speaking of which, the Dunlop Sport Max Award's been put in place for last year. A financial incentive for riders to break lap records. So they're putting up 7 million yen for the season. And 1 million per round will go to anybody breaking a lap record. And 1 million will go at the end of the season to the fastest overall qualifier for the 2026 season. So that's going to add a little bit more incentive and perhaps shift the balance away from just beating your competitors to trying to go as fast as possible.
Yeah, it's a good move by Donald. I think the riders are going to be really happy with that. Now here in full Chip Nakarin into turn 3.
Yeah, Chip Nakarin doesn't need any incentive, any extra incentive.
He'll always give you his very best any session at all, and that's the beauty about watching Chip. It's Hafiz, he's having second flying lap now. Nakarin's gone so quick through sector 1. He's already found nearly similar to his, nearly identical to his fastest sector 1s from yesterday. Yesterday through sector 1, Chip and Zakwan managed 19 seconds. They're doing 20.1 now.
Yeah, Hafiz second in the championship, just a 4-point margin with 50 points on the table this weekend. So it's really not very much at all. He started relatively slowly yesterday, picked up, got quicker and quicker, ended up third fastest behind Zakwan and Nakarin.
Near identical in the combined practice to qualifying in round 1 earlier. Here comes Nakarin now. He's got the fastest sector 1 and fast sector 2. What's it going to be across the line now for Chip Nakarin? Goes across the line 35.6. It's already a very quick time from Nakarin.
Yeah, Nakarin and Zakwan, who does regard this as a bit of a home circuit.
Adam just come across with a 36.04. So Adam Norden finding some really good pace with that Suzuki.
Yeah, he went very well yesterday as well on a slower bike. That's Rio Mizuno just going through there.
37.0 for Rio, so Rio's also found some good pace. This is good. Everyone's finding improvements. Nakarin has gone fastest through sector 1. This is going to be a good one for Nakarin again. He's knocking on the door of a lower 35 now.
Yeah, you can see the body language on the bike of Nakarin. Ooh, and Andy Farid goes off. That might have been a wind-assisted error there as he came through turn 4. The wind blowing directly down the straight between turn 3 and turn 4. So when you make that left turn, you can see it now. Just the wind getting under the bike and forcing him off. Really getting knocked around on the rumble strip. He looked down to see if there was any damage done. I suspect not, only to his lap time.
You can see as if the wind literally just pushed him off his line softly.
Yeah, we've seen several crashes due to the wind, most of them at turn 7.
Look at Nakarin, sector 2. It's purple for Nakarin. This should be a 35.4 if my calculations are correct. Yeah, comes across the line 35.8. Oh, he's backed off on turn 12. There's a bit of a mistake there for him.
Yeah, 135.8 with a mistake. So that's the kind of form he's on, and qualifying tyres still to come. This is third, so the same top 3 that we saw yesterday, and very close, much closer to their times than he was yesterday, is another contender, STG Hawk Pro's Kito Abe, 35.7. So there's just 800ths, less than 800ths of a second covering the top 4 so far, and we are only 9 minutes into this qualifying session.
I want to see what Adam Norden's tyre is. It's not qualified. He's done a 35.9 without qualifying tyres. This is brilliant from Adam Norden. He's brought himself up really close. He's only 0.2 away from the top. This is such a huge improvement for the bike that theoretically, without its top speed being a helping aid at Changi, he's done brilliantly. And actually, you know what? It's not that far down on top speed either. 286.5 for Adam Norden. This is really good.
That is excellent. That could be... Where's the speed trap?
Should be down to turn 3.
Turn 3, so it's not wind assisted.
It's not at all, yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So happy seeing the Suzuki's performing well. And we still have qualifying tyres to go.
Yeah, exactly. That's inside the JDT pit there with Rio Mizuno. Back out on track with his teammate Hafiz Shirin Abdullah. He's just 15 hundredths of a second off Nakarin. And in P3, that's how close it is at the top, and that bodes well for an absolutely thrilling edge of the seat race this afternoon. There is Adam Noradin going back into the AMI Suzuki pit. Well, they all deserve a hearty slap on the back for that performance.
You can see from the eyes of Adam, he kind of wants to celebrate, but he knows the job's not done. But honestly, that's such a brilliant job. They were stuck in the 37s, 38s for a while yesterday. They missed most of free practice 1, and now they've managed to bring the bike into a 35.9 without the qualifying tires. This is great for Suzuki.
Yeah, Nakarin in the pits as well, so we'll be having a look at his rear tyre when he next emerges.
A bit more race setup trying to be done by Hafiz here.
Exactly, 135.8.
He's maintaining a good pace, Hafiz.
So precise. Andy Farid coming back out now. He's way down in 5th place and 0.2 of a second slower than Nakarin.
Top 6. Under 3/10 between the top 6. Lachlan Epper's doing a good job again. 36.4 in this session. It's just 2/10 slower than he was yesterday overall. Rio Mizuno improving by a whole 1.5 seconds. Good job from Rio. They finally worked out what was the problem with the bike yesterday.
Yeah, they clearly had a lot of things to try out yesterday. Zakwan Zaidi, he really knows his way around this track. Pole position last time here at Chang International. And former champion. No race wins for Zakwan this year. Podiums, yes. Race wins, not yet.
Huge improvement from Kiso Abe as well. He's improved his lap time by 3/10.
Yeah, yesterday he only got into the window of the fastest riders very late in the session, and he's done it very early this time. So again, good work by SDG to find that that extra factor that they needed, that they were just missing yesterday.
Kito's caption on social media was, "Not good, not bad, P5."
Fair.
So he's done much better today, just 0.076 away from the top. And with qualifying ties with the magicians, suspension magicians in SDG, we might have Kito performing at his brilliant best, and it'll be an exciting one. Everyone back in pit lane except for Declan Carberry, Joe. It looks like it is confirmed that Azar won't be racing this weekend. Really unfortunate. He did say that he would want to see how his leg was faring later on today, but missing out qualifying looks like it's not likely for Azroy, so there won't be any last-minute attempt at a potential championship fight for him.
Yeah, well, it's always great to see Azroy. He brings so much to whatever category he's racing in. But speaking personally, yeah, he's on. That's Cam on the qualifier.
Joe, yeah.
Sorry, Joe, yeah.
Joe Francis, the first to go in qualifying rears. I was wondering, because I was looking at the section times, and there were big improvements coming in from him, so that's where it's come from. So Joe making use of the cool wind while he has it.
Yeah, so just on Azroy, we wish him a speedy recovery. And speaking personally, I'm glad that he's decided to play it safe this weekend, or has been forced to play it safe by his management.
Yeah, he'll have to fight hard for next season, and knowing him, he's been brilliant on the thousands. Should be no issue for Azroy.
So here comes Joe on qualifiers. I think this is going to be his first.
That was a first flying lap, 38.6. So Joe 38.6, that's not faster than he was yesterday, so he's going to need to find a little bit more now.
Yeah, 37.8 was his best yesterday. That's his challenge right now, and underneath that tyre warmer, we do suspect tyre with a green flash on it. Go on to the back of Panigale, the JDC Panigale of his Shirin.
So the contact coming off there, looks like some proper adjustments being done for his bike before he heads on the qualifying rears. Maybe some suspension changes as well.
Yeah, well, of course, putting on a qualifying tyre, you are going to need to change the setup. More grip means it's going to push you into the turns.
Rio there going up for another session on race tyres. I think he just wants to really get those improvements in, because yesterday you could say he's almost had to scrap the progress. Now he's got the bike working the way he wants to. He needs to get the setup in done quickly.
Yeah, eagle-eyed camera operators all over the pits here, looking for changes to settings, looking for the qualifying tyres to come on.
One of the Honda Idemitsu Malaysia mechanics that we saw, he's a mechanic from LCR MotoGP, so good to see him in the paddock as well with Honda. Got a few World Championship mechanics in the garage this weekend.
Well, MotoGP, they did 22 rounds this year. You'd have thought he'd be sticking his feet up, but there we go. Peter Abe there. And Dunker, number 12 on the Moto Go Yamaha. New engine in this weekend. 137.3, his best lap so far. Still on race tyres.
Stint for Cam. I think he wants to try and break into the 36 before he slaps on those qualifying rears. He's got the quality for it. He's only 1.6 off the top.
Yeah, the Australian turned the grand old age of 18 on Wednesday. Been a great season for him, improving throughout in this championship. Also competing in the Australian flat track ASBK, putting himself extremely well there. Third in flat track, fourth in ASBK. Rookie season.
Cam won every championship except for the 1000 in this promotion year. When he went to the 300s, he won it. When he was a rookie in the 600s, he won it. That's his record in the ASBK. Thousands, he's had a bit of struggles with the Yamaha.
Still Macarin on top with that 135.6.
Here's a mechanic that was mentioned earlier, the LCR Honda MotoGP World Championship mechanic. Back to the Asia Road Racing Championship for him. Honda's going to get great input from him as well. There's also appointed by HRC themselves, so really Honda Malaysia in good hands for Zakwan.
Yeah, it looks like they're promoting young talent as well. He hasn't got that many wrinkles.
Yeah.
And what a season he's had with LCR as well.
Indeed.
The show technician.
Yet. Still 21 minutes left, so plenty of time.
Yeah, it's kind of exciting when they come out in for the last stint on qualifiers. Good race trim, Cam Dunker really pushing hard. This could be his best lap, should be. Yes, he moves up to one. He does a 136.9. Yeah,
he's done it. He's got it into the 36s. So I think that's exactly what Cam was looking for. So that's his first 36 of the weekend. So that engine working brilliantly. Cam as well, putting in good work.
Yeah, good to see two Ducatis on track as well. Ryo Mizuno, number 88. Saw the BMW behind him. That is the BMW, the Savitar Asia BMW of Tioyu Joe. Having an injury or two himself, I think, at the moment.
Still recovering from his shoulder. not a serious injury. 100% is a double shoulder injury. Mizuno now trying to find a bit more setup. It looks like it's not really working well for him. First one out unqualified, Zakwan Zaidi. And while the track is empty, that might be smart from Zakwan.
Yeah, I think so. And this is going to be a really good marker to put down because he is more than capable of putting it on pole. The bike came out then, but with the glare of the sun, didn't quite make out the rear of the tyre. There is Zakwan, 21, to Honda Racing Malaysia. So there is one to watch. Corinne still in the pits. Fastest so far on race tyres. Ito Abe also in the pits, having recorded a best time of 135.707. So that is just 8 hundredths slower than Akarin's time. Yesterday he was struggling to get within half a second. So Ito Abe very much in the right window. So occupying that window is Hafiz Shirin, Zakwan Zaidi, and just knocking on that window is Andy Fred Izdihar and Norodin. Those two on identical times, 135.909. Was contesting the championship this time last year. Ended up second. Absolutely nothing to lose for Andy this weekend. Everything to gain. No pressure. Due to injury, he's not a championship contender. This is his last outing for Astra Honda. Okay, so here comes Zakwan.
Zakwan through sector 1, it's decent. It's not good enough, but it is decent. Sector 1's all about the top speed, however, so this is where it's going to matter now when he goes into sector 2. Around turn 4 is looking good for Zakwan.
They've got a maximum of 3 laps on these qualifiers. And that's the fastest sector 2 so far for the Malaysian former champion.
It's going to be good from Zakwan, 36.3 in sector 2. Sector 3 now is where it will make the difference. This should... It looks clean. They should put him on provisional first. Really that much faster than Nakarin's time, and Nakarin still has yet to go out on his qualifying tyres. Here comes Zakwan now, braking hard. He's showing green sector because Hafiz Shari has done the fastest sector 2. This is Hafiz on the qualifying rear already. Zakwan 35.0 on his first flying lap.
Yeah, it was. I think it was Hafiz's bike that came out that was blocked out by the sun. You couldn't see what was on the rear of his bike, but here he comes now.
Is that a qualifying? That
yes,
is a qualifying rear. Here we go now. Here comes Hafiz Sharin for his first qualifying time. It's going to be a 34. Oh no, it's not. He's lost so much time in sector 3.
So he's got 2 more bites at this particular apple. Hafiz Shirin, that was his first flying lap. Something went wrong for him in sector 4. Zakwan Zaidi goes top, and Hafiz just pushes Nakarin down to P3. But it has to be said that Nakarin has not gone out on qualifying tyres yet. But it won't be long, 15 minutes to go in this session. It won't be too long. We've seen Nakarin on those qualifiers. Let's see if he can make them pay. Working really hard to make his qualifying tyres pay is Second in the championship behind Nakarin, Hafiz Shirin.
Hafiz is going a bit slower in sector 1. Zakwan's improving through both sectors. Hafiz again in sector 2 is not going much faster, so I think Hafiz, he's going to really have to hope for a big one in the third lap. And across the line will come Zakwan now, I believe, and he does go 34.7. Zakwan the first into the 134s. Here comes Hafiz Shirin now through the final sector. Looking like he's going to push him any further up. In front of him there's Declan Carberry and Joe Francis.
Yeah, they're out of harm's way. Fine. Completely through here. What has Hafiz got this time around?
3. Oh, it's not enough.
Good, but it's not great.
He needs to find a 34 in this lap.
The last time, and he's got a little bit of traffic to deal with.
Looks like he's sat up. I think Hafiz is not pushing on for a third run.
That's a shame, because that was a better sector 3 for him. Looking there at the number 21 provisional pole sitter Zakwan on that fantastic 134.774. That's about 3/10 quicker than his pole time from April. Peter Abe and Nakarin and Andy Farid. Adam Noureddin still to appear on qualifying tyres.
Zakwan should be in that for him. Second times not going any faster, so good job well done by Zakwan Zaidi to put that bike into first for now, provisional first with a 34.7. Hafiz, no response at that time. His best is a 35.3. Nakarin on race trim, 35.6. So what can Nakarin do? Keto as well, 35.7. So Keto will have to find a whole second more when it comes to qualifying rears. So will Nakarin. Oh, this gets interesting now.
Well done for this rider. Zakwan Zaidi, will it be another pole position for him at Chang International? Nakarin would like to have a word.
Zakwan's not half tired, is he?
No, but he does regard this as one of his home tracks. He loves this circuit.
Indeed, yeah.
He says it's his favourite.
So there's Hafiz, not the qualifying that he would have wanted. His concern right now is how much faster will Nakarin go? How much faster will Keto go? What about Andy? And what about even Adam Noureddin? Let's throw Adam in. He was only 2/10 off the top. Now he's a 1.1 away after qualifying rears have been used.
Yeah. Hafiz, with the standards he set himself, will not be overjoyed with that.
He's not too happy, you can see it.
The disappointment is in the gate. Lachlan also due to come out on qualifiers. Now then, there's a number 41 on the first bike out of pit lane there. And when we zoom in a little bit closer, we'll be able to see whether, as we expect, he is on his rear qualifier.
Yeah, they are. Nakarin on the qualifying rears, Keto, Adam, they're all running in a trio here. So Adam, this is his usual tactic with the Suzuki. He'll try to get a bit of slipstream. Oh, goes a bit right there, Adam. So he's just trying to get heat into those tires properly to operating temperatures. Nakarin pushing on, Keto and Adam all in the opening laps.
Yeah. Adam was really clever yesterday to get his times up, using slipstream to overcome that top speed deficit. Looks like Keto's not going to leave anything in the garage.
I love that splash of green with the SDG livery. Looks so good, and he's caught right up behind Nakarin. This might be his tactic. Get a bit of a slip going into sector 1. That could be the difference. We're talking about slim margins now between the top 5 or top 6. Will count Adam as well into this fight. He's been close.
Looking on impassively as ever.
Here we go now. First flying lap to begin for Nakarin, Keto Abe, and Adam Noureddin just behind them. Look at how close Keto has gone now to Nakarin. Nakarin won't be bothered. We've seen this yesterday. But Keto, he might gain a bit of an advantage into turn 1. Both dangling their legs out.
Yeah, we saw yesterday Nakarin was unperturbed by somebody trying to follow him. Yesterday it was Hafiz Shirin, so his main championship rival. He's got another one in his wheel tracks now. He's got so much confidence. He gives that leg a little shake.
Kito Abe up in sector 1. It's a good sector 1 from Kito Abe. Around turn 3 now, it looks like a good exit from both of them. Adam is just slightly behind them. Not so bad first sector from Adam, taking into account his top speed deficit. Now this is where it counts, sector 2 and 3.
Andy also quick through sector 1.
At this rate, this looks like Hafiz is going to have to sweat at the start of the race. He will have to make it through these riders if they complete this lap in the way that they're doing it now. Nakarin, he's only 3 thousandths off. Kito just a 10th off, so that should be second and third for them. Adam Nordin is kindly on this lap, a second off. He's still trying to get used to that qualifying rear. You can see on the exit.
Yeah, well, let's remember he's only done one other race in this series, so this Suzuki is not such a tried and tested package as the others. We see Kito Abe giving it absolutely everything as they run in for the second time on qualifiers.
It's going to be here. It's close to Nakarin. Did he get a good sector 3? It goes second fastest. Kito goes second fastest. Kito gets the advantage. 35.9 for Kito Abe, 35.9 for Nakarin. They push Hafiz Shirin now down to 4th. Andy Farid has just come across with a 35.3. So Andy pushes Hafiz down into 5th. Adam Nordin on his first flyer, 36.3. So Adam still not comfortable with that tire yet.
Clever Kito.
Oh, and Kito's just done the fastest sector 1. 19. He's the only one who's done 19 seconds through sector 1. Kito, he's hungry for pole.
Yeah, he was off the top 3 yesterday and really struggled to get within half a second of the times that they were recording. This time, though, he's taken full advantage. Nakarin may not mind people following him, but Kito has done this really cleverly.
You can see on this lap that Kito, his advantage is not around sector 1. Nakarin pulls the gap a bit, but then around sector 2 and 3, Kito really closes up. Look at the way he flips the bike in. That's full of confidence. Kito still on course for a provisional pole. Nakarin a bit of a squiggle down the exit. Hafiz getting ready to go out. He won't be able to contest for these times, but here comes Kito and Nakarin into sector 3.
Yeah, Kito's pushing him.
Oh, you can see Zakwan now. He's a bit concerned with how Kito's going about. The threat is not Nakarin on this lap. It's Kito Abe. Look at him going through the final turns there.
Oh, he's made up bike lengths on this lap. Kito Abe.
Oh, it's going to be pole for Kito. It's going to be provisional pole. On the exit now, he gets a bit of slipstream, comes across the line. 34.7. Kito Abe goes provisional pole. 34.7, just slightly faster than Zakwan Zaidi. Job done for Kito Abe for now.
That was the third time around. As we see Hafiz Shirin looking on, suddenly finding himself in the middle of the second row, and not a whole lot he can do about it. Shirin looks like he's going to have to settle with third place on the front row as they go on this slowing down lap. Now, time for Zakwan to test his race setup, and Hafiz goes out for the last 6 or 7 minutes.
Instant responses from both of them after that lap. Straight away back on the bike and out.
Yeah, it was just eyes on the timing screen, jump on the bike, let's go. But there's not a whole lot they can do.
I think the only thing they can hope for right now is just get a bit more data, so that they can have the advantage in the race. But right now, Kito Abe, when was the last time he was in pole this season? Hey, that's a happy face right there. Good job, SDG. Kito Abe, he needs a big one this weekend, and they have delivered in qualifying right now.
Yeah, and it was not all going their way by any means yesterday. But they did some good work overnight, and they've given their rider what he needed today.
You know what, this is going to be tough for Hafiz, because Adam Nordin is rapid off the line, so is Cam Donker, so is Lachlan. If they stand on the inside and push Hafiz further back at the start, again, speculation, but it's just showing how important qualifying is in Chang. You don't want to be on the wrong side of the track once you go into turn 1 towards turn 3.
That's it, he's starting 4 points behind Nakarin, within 4 points of the championship lead. But he's at a disadvantage, at least off the start. It's going to be harder work than it otherwise would have been. In goes Kito Abe for SDG. 5 minutes remaining in this session. We might see him come out to just test his race setup very briefly and get round to do a practice start. But what a job here by the SDG team. Congratulations to them. Pole position is, although it's only by 22 hundredths of a second, it's in the very safe hands of Kito Abe. Nakarin will be a little disappointed with that. He went his own way, but he did help Kito Abe unwittingly. We questioned his willingness to let riders follow him yesterday, and I think it just didn't quite work out for him that time.
It's going to be helpful for Declan Carberry on his qualifying lap. He's got Zakwan Zaidi and he's got qualifying rears on, Declan.
Yeah, best time so far for Declan, 1:39.6. Currently 12th, the BRIC, the local championship, Superstock champion, Natitan Tonkoat, 1:39.722. Doesn't normally race on Dunlop tyres, so that's been a challenge for him, even though he has the circuit knowledge.
So Declan's made a big mistake in sector 2. He's 4, 5, 6 seconds down there. He just got sucked into the wind by Zaidi in the turn 4. Can happen there. Cam Dunker has 7th. I wonder if he's done his qualifying race yet. With the lap time, I mean, on the previous occasion that we saw him, on race tie, he managed at 36.7. He's at 36.3 now.
On provisional pole, Kito Abe. Provisional middle of the front row, Zakwan Zaidi. They are both on 141 points, and therefore 11 points behind championship leader Nakarin Atirapuvapat. And Nakarin will start outside of them. He is completing the front row. Short of miracles. And Zakwan going really quickly out there on his session, which I assume is mostly to get in a practice start. Biz lapping 1:36s, so he's working on race setup, of course. 2 minutes left. And then they will take advantage of the opportunity to do a practice start.
Yeah, Kito. Didn't go for a practice start now, no.
Sure he will.
Kito's mission, start well, because he's starting on the outside line, so he's going to have to try and put a bit of space between himself and the rest.
One more in for the checkered flag. So it looks like the first row is done and dusted. Kito, Zakwan, Nakarin. Probably the second row too. Almost certainly. Ria Mizuno still improving. Kito now for just a little check. And a practice start. Here goes Zakwan. Nothing in the 1:36s, so on the race pace for this afternoon, Zakwan Zaidi. Second places, but no wins this season. To put that to rights and get a hand on that championship trophy for the ASB 1000. afternoon. Who's going to get a crack at the title? Checkered flag out now. And looking forward to hearing from Kito Abe in a little while. We'll watch the recap first. And 34.752, you can see blinking away in purple to signify pole position. Nakarin this time having a leisurely look at the back of Kito Abe's Honda. That's their last time around. They will make their way round to turn 3. It's just on the exit to turn 3 on the inside of the circuit where they have the practice start line. There you can see it. Away goes Hafiz. Behind him. So, still all grins in the SDG pit. One of the most expressive faces in the entire Asia road racing paddock. Here we see again Kito, even that last time around, pushing hard. Hard front, medium rear, that's interesting. Let's see what he selects for this afternoon. So 134.752 for SDG Hawk Pro. Kito Abe has guaranteed himself to start from pole position. Next to him, and just 22 hundredths of a second slower, Zakwan Zaidi. And just behind him, 2/10, Nakarin Atirapupapat for Honda Racing Thailand. Then Andy Farid Istihar and his Swang Song for Astra Honda. He will lead the second row from Hafiz Shirin and Adam Noradin. Another brilliant session from him in qualifying, 135.9. And then it was Cameron Dunker, really good from him, 36.3. Then Lachlan Epis, 36.499. That's the two Australians for Moto Go, Yamaha and Savitar Racing Asia. Then starting in 9th will be Hafiz's teammate, Ryo Mizuno for JDT Racing. And then Joe Francis, who did a best time of 138.387. And then local rider and local Superstock champion Natitan Tonkoat for Yamaha TNP. He starts 11th, just ahead of Declan Carberry. And then it's TOU Joe. And of course the injured Azroy will not be starting this afternoon. And once again, best wishes for his speedy recovery. Looking at the sky, it looks as though there are not much wind, but let's take a look once again. So, from the JDT pit, Shirin was one of the first riders out in his 40-minute session. Nobody rolled the dice early on qualifying tyres, but it was Nakarin and Zakwan that showed the early pace. Frid there, number 23, behind him 21, taking a look over his shoulder. That takes some confidence at that speed from Zakwan, and there was a wind assisted going wide there for Andy Farid that sent him bouncing over the curb, but no harm done. He stayed on, a few extra BPM. Nakarin, as he was yesterday, looking threatening, looking fast all the way through. He was currently quickest with 11 minutes gone in the 30-minute session, just ahead of Zakwan. Those two tied very closely together through most of this qualifying session. Then it was a break, and still nobody, or not many people rolled the dice, but with 15 or 16 minutes remaining, Zakwan came out and put the hammer down and did a 134.774, which really seemed to have just about sealed pole position Adam Norridin getting a little bit out of shape there. Well, what a brilliant qualifying session he had, following on from brilliant performance yesterday, leaving absolutely nothing in the pit garage. He would end up on the second row, but this was a key moment with Kito Abe following, getting a little bit of a toe from Nakarin, taking full advantage of it, and not the first time around, but the second time around for these two on qualifying tyres. He would drop Zakwan off the top. Already pushed Nakarin down. So Nakarin showing a lot of confidence, not worrying about riders following him, but he did hand something of an advantage to Kito, who is already ahead of Nakarin on the timing screens, and you could see how much faster on that lap Kito was. And as he crossed the line, he would put in that 134.752 to just snatch away pole position from Zakwan Zaidi. And that really was done. Smiles, of course, because they knew that was a job done in the SDG garage. And Nakarin at Chirapuvapat, and Daniel should be with Kito Abe any moment now, as we look once again from turn 1 down towards turn 12 and through pit lane. Break coming up now. The real business of racing starts this afternoon at 12:35 local time. That's in about 40 minutes from now, as we just wait for Daniel. This afternoon, as normal for the Asia Road Racing Championship, we will be joined by the verbal and vocal virtuoso Des Corkill, the voice of ARRC. He'll be moving alongside me, and Daniel will be in pit lane. Daniel is there now, I think, with Kito Abe.
So Kito, a bit of a difficult day yesterday for you, but today it looks like everything has gone to plan. A great qualifying result, right behind Nakarin as well just now. So now you start from pole for your championship charge. How are you feeling for this one?
Yes, feeling so good. And yes, sure, yesterday, very difficult the machine setting. So, and today, I little bit nervous because yesterday, no, I cannot choose the good setting. But today, I follow the Nakarin. Yes, and I can get good time. So, and for race, I keep to my best.
What was the difference from yesterday and today? Was it just you choosing a different line, or was it the setup of the bike?
Different the tire. I used yesterday. I used the 83, the medium tire, but today change the choice the hard tire. I think better.
Thank you so much, Kito. Congratulations and good luck for the race later.
Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7. Idemitsu IRG5. start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG 5.